Section 1. The town that time forgot. Get comfortable. Settle in. Pull the blanket up a little closer, let your shoulders drop, and let your breathing slow down. Up a little closer, let your shoulders drop, and let your breathing slow down. Tonight we are going somewhere very familiar. A place you have probably visited hundreds of times without ever stopping to look at it closely. A place with a nuclear power plant on the hill and a quick E-Mart on the corner and a bar called Moe's that smells exactly like you imagine it smells. A place where the sky is almost always a little yellow and the streets are full of people who never quite look like anyone you have met in real life, but somehow remind you of everyone. We are going to Springfield. And we are going to stay there for a while. The Simpsons has been running since the 17th of December 1989, 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes. It is the longest-running animated series in American history, the longest-running sitcom, and the longest-running scripted primetime show in the history of television. These are not small records. These are records that may never be broken. The show has outlasted empires. It has outlasted presidencies, cultural movements, the rise and fall of entire entertainment formats. It was there before the internet. It watched the internet be born, grow into adolescence, become something no one fully understands anymore. It kept going through all of it, Sunday after Sunday, couch gag after couch gag, with the same family sitting down in front of the same television in the same living room on Evergreen Terrace in Springfield, wherever Springfield is. That last part matters. We will come back to it. For now, just notice the feeling. The Simpsons has been part of the background of modern life for so long that it has become almost like furniture. You know the theme song before the first note finishes? You know what each character is going to say before they say it. You know the color of the sky in Springfield, the sound of the power plant's cooling towers, the specific shade of yellow that covers every face in town. It is all deeply, almost molecularly familiar. And familiarity is a peculiar thing. It makes things invisible. When you see something often enough for long enough, you stop actually seeing it. Your brain decides it already knows what is there and stops paying close attention. The Simpsons has been banking on that familiarity for 3.5 decades. And buried underneath it, hidden in plain sight across 36 years of jokes and callbacks and continuity errors, there are stories the show has been telling you that you might never have consciously noticed. Patterns that appear when you step back far enough. Threads that run through hundreds of episodes, connecting moments that seem unrelated on the surface but turn out to be chapters in a much longer and much stranger story. That is what tonight is about. We are going to move through Springfield slowly and quietly. The way you move through a town when everyone is asleep and the streets are empty and you can actually look at things without being rushed. We are going to look at the nuclear power plant and what it has been doing to the people who live nearby. We are going to sit with the question of whether Homer Simpson woke up from a coma in 1993 or whether everything you have watched since then has been a dream. We are going to reopen the case of Who Shot Mr. Burns and find that the official answer has more holes in it than the show ever wanted to admit. We are going to trace the impossible lifespan of Charles Montgomery Burns and figure out why he is still alive when every biological law says he should not be. We are going to listen very carefully to Maggie Simpson, who has been saying everything important without making a single sound. We are going to follow the trail that leads from a woman named Mona Simpson to a biological weapons laboratory, to a conspiracy that has shaped the life of every person in one family across 3 generations. We are going to find out where Springfield is and why that question might have a more unsettling answer than anyone expects. And we are going to do all of this slowly, gently, the way a good story moves when it is not in a hurry. Because Springfield is not going anywhere. It has never gone anywhere. That is, in a very real sense, the whole point. So, let your eyes close whenever they want to. Let the words wash over you. Let Springfield settle around you like fog. We have all the time in the world. Let us start at the beginning, which, in the case of The Simpsons, means starting with a family. Homer Simpson, Marge Simpson, Bart, Lisa, Maggie. 5 people living at 742 Evergreen Terrace in a town called Springfield, in a state that the show has never definitively named. Homer works at the nuclear power plant. Marge raises the kids and holds the household together with a patience that would be saintly if she were not also clearly, quietly exhausted. Bart is 10 years old and constitutionally allergic to authority. Lisa is 8 and constitutionally allergic to ignorance. Maggie is 1 and has not yet decided whether she wants to participate in the world at all. These are the most recognizable fictional family in American history. More people could draw Homer's silhouette than could identify their own senator. The Simpsons theme song has been heard by more human beings than almost any other piece of music composed in the last 50 years. There are people alive today who have never once watched an episode who nonetheless know exactly what Homer Simpson sounds like when something goes wrong. And at the center of this family, the thing that powers the show in every sense, is the idea that nothing ever really changes. Homer wakes up, he goes to work, something goes wrong. Marge worries, Bart causes trouble, Lisa tries to fix it, Maggie watches from her high chair, the credits roll. Next week, the same thing happens again. The world outside Springfield changes constantly. The decades pass, the technology updates, the cultural references shift, but the family stays the same. Homer is still in his mid-30s, Marge is still blue-haired and patient. Bart is still 10, Lisa is still 8, Maggie is still 1. This has been true for 36 years. And once you notice it, once you really sit with what it means that a family has existed in amber for over 3 decades without anyone in Springfield aging a single year, the comfortable familiarity of the show starts to take on a different quality. The warmth is still there. The humor is still there. But underneath it, running like a current beneath still water, there is something strange. Something that the show keeps gesturing toward across hundreds of episodes without ever quite saying out loud. The first strange thing is the most basic one. Why does no one age? The industry term for what The Simpsons does is a floating timeline. The present of the show is always the viewer's present. When the show aired in 1995, the characters were living in 1995. When it aired in 2005, they were living in 2005. When it airs in 2025, they are living in 2025. The year changes around them. Their phones get newer. Their cultural references update. Homer once had a flip phone and now he has a smartphone. But his age has not changed. His children's ages have not changed. The world flows forward and they stay still, suspended at the exact ages they were when the show began. Most long-running animated shows do something like this, and most audiences accept it as a reasonable compromise. You cannot age Bart Simpson into adulthood because then the show is a different show. You cannot let Homer become an old man because the premise requires a working-age father in a nuclear family with young children. The floating timeline is a practical necessity, and it works because audiences are generally willing to suspend their awareness of it. But The Simpsons has been running for so long that the floating timeline has created contradictions so large they have started to become visible even to casual viewers. The backstory of Homer and Marge keeps shifting. When the show began, their adolescence was grounded in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Their high school years were defined by disco and Watergate and the anxious optimism of the post-Vietnam era. Homer's hair, Marge's prom dress, the whole texture of their shared past was anchored to a specific historical moment. But as the timeline floated forward, the backstory had to move with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they did not grow up in the 1970s. The math does not work. So the show began quietly revising their origin story. In later seasons, their adolescent memories shifted into the 1990s, then into the early 2000s. Their high school experience now involves grunge music and early internet culture, rather than bell-bottoms and Watergate. The love story is the same. The emotional core is unchanged. But the era keeps sliding, the details keep updating, and the version of Homer and Marge who fell in love in a particular moment in American history no longer has a fixed address in time. Their memories are being rewritten around them as they stand still. There is a strange sadness in that, if you let yourself feel it. Imagine waking up one day and finding that your memories have been adjusted to fit a different version of history, that the music you thought you grew up with has been replaced, the events you thought you lived through have been substituted for different ones. The very texture of your past has been quietly updated to match a present that keeps insisting on arriving. That is what the floating timeline does to Springfield's residents. They do not know it is happening because they cannot see the mechanism, but it is happening, episode by episode, revision by revision, decade by decade. And this is just the surface of what makes Springfield strange. The deeper you go, the stranger it gets. Consider what Springfield actually is as a place. It has a nuclear power plant, which is the economic engine of the entire town and the source of most of its problems. It has a tire fire that has been burning for as long as anyone can remember and that no one has made any serious effort to extinguish. It has a gorge into which various characters have fallen over the years without permanent consequence. It has a monorail that was built as part of an obvious scam and that somehow continues to function. It has a harbor, a mountain range, an ocean within driving distance, a desert, a forest, and in certain episodes, what appears to be access to the Canadian border. It also, depending on the episode, borders Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky. This is geographically impossible. No single American town can simultaneously border Ohio and Nevada and Maine and Kentucky, and also have ocean access, and also have mountains, and also have a desert nearby. The United States is a large country, but it is not that large. Springfield exists in a geography that does not correspond to any real place, because Springfield has not been built around geographic logic. It has been built around thematic logic. It is every American town simultaneously, assembled from the pieces of every community the show's creators have ever known or imagined, pressed together into a single impossible place. And yet it feels real. It feels specific. You could navigate your way through Springfield based purely on what you have seen in the show. You know where Moe's Tavern is relative to the Simpson house. You know where Springfield Elementary sits in relation to the power plant. You know the stretch of road Homer drives to work, the curve where he sometimes loses his donut out the car window, the gate where he clocks in every morning 30 years past, the point where any reasonable employer would have let him go. Springfield feels like a real place because it has been rendered in loving, obsessive detail for 36 years by a team of writers and artists who clearly care about it enormously. The contradiction between that loving specificity and the geographic impossibility is part of what makes the town so strange. It is a place rendered in meticulous detail that cannot exist, a portrait painted with extraordinary care of a subject that is not there, and the characters who live there carry that same quality. They are rendered in vivid, specific detail. Homer's particular combination of recklessness and genuine love for his family. Marge's patient warmth and carefully suppressed anxiety. Bart's surface chaos concealing a deeper loyalty. Lisa's intellectual longing for a world that matches the richness she carries inside her. Maggie's enormous, watchful, silent presence. These are not just cartoon characters. They are studies of human types rendered with enough precision that they feel more real than most actual people you encounter on television. And they are all wrong in some fundamental way that the show never quite explains. Homer's IQ has been canonically established as 55. That is not just low intelligence. That is a clinical level of cognitive disability. The show treats it as a punchline, but the number is in the canon. At IQ 55, you would typically struggle with basic daily tasks like managing money, understanding complex instructions, or navigating unfamiliar environments without assistance. Homer drives a car, holds a job, maintains a marriage, raises children, and has survived situations that would challenge a special forces operative. The gap between his canonical cognitive level and his actual functional ability is enormous, and the show has never fully accounted for it. Marge has hair that grows straight up into a tower several feet tall and has maintained that exact shape for 36 years without a visible change. The show treats this as normal. No character has ever commented on the fact that human hair does not do this. No one has ever asked Marge how she maintains a structural column of hair on top of her head. It simply is, the way the sun simply is, the way the sky simply is. It is a feature of the landscape. Bart has that specific pattern of spiky hair that also maintains itself without product, without maintenance, without any apparent intervention. All three Simpson children have this quality. Their hair holds its shape through some mechanism the show has never explained. And every resident of Springfield has 4 fingers on each hand, not 5, 4. This is a common animation convention designed to make characters easier to draw, and most audiences accept it as such. But within the logic of the show's own universe, the residents of Springfield universally have a physical characteristic that no actual human population has ever been documented to possess. When celebrities visit Springfield, when characters from outside the town appear, they are drawn with slightly different proportions. Their features are more naturalistic. The gap between Springfield's residents and the outside world is visible if you are paying attention. All of this is what we will be exploring tonight. Not rushing, not trying to solve everything at once. Just moving through Springfield quietly, looking at what has been there all along, letting the pieces settle into the picture they have always been pointing toward. The beer is always cold in Springfield. The couch is always there. The family is always home. Take a breath and settle in. We are just getting started. Before we move to the power plant and what it has been doing to this town for 36 years, I want you to notice something about the feeling of Springfield at night. There are episodes where Homer walks home through Springfield in the dark, and the town has a particular quality in those moments. The streetlights cast pools of orange light on empty sidewalks. The windows of houses glow warm yellow. Moe's has its neon sign burning out front. The power plant sits on the hill with its cooling towers outlined against the sky. It is never fully dark in Springfield because the town is always being lit by something. The reactor generates a faint luminescence. The tire fire somewhere off in the middle distance contributes its own orange glow. The town is permanently lit by its own industrial output. There is something almost comforting about it, the way a city is comforting from an airplane window at night. All those lights, meaning all those lives. All those people in their lit windows doing whatever people do in lit windows after dark. Watching television, making dinner, putting children to bed, reading, worrying about things that will seem smaller in the morning. Springfield at night has that quality. Dense with life, glowing softly, familiar even in its strangeness. Let that image settle around you as we move into the next part of the story. The plant is up there on the hill. It has been up there for 36 years. Its cooling towers are cracked and have been patched with chewing gum. Its safety record is one of the worst in the history of industrial fiction. Its safety inspector sleeps at his desk and once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core. And it has been slowly, quietly, thoroughly doing something to the people of Springfield that the show has been describing in detail for decades. If you are still awake and watching from somewhere in the world, drop your location and time in the comments. It is always nice to know where people are listening from. And if you have not subscribed yet, now would be a good moment. There is a lot more Springfield ahead of us tonight. Section 2. The nuclear heart of Springfield. The Springfield nuclear power plant sits on a rise at the edge of town, and from most of Springfield, you can see it. The two cooling towers, the dome of the main reactor building, the chain link fencing around the perimeter, the parking lot where Homer leaves his car every morning after nearly swerving into the gorge on the way there. It is the economic center of Springfield in the same way a mill is the center of a mill town or a mine is the center of a mining town. The plant employs a significant portion of the adult population. Its electricity powers every house in Springfield. Its tax revenue, to whatever extent Burns actually pays taxes, funds whatever municipal services the town manages to provide. The plant and the town are bound together in a relationship of absolute mutual dependency that neither side has ever fully examined. This is the first thing to understand about the plant. It is not just a place where Homer works. It is the foundation of Springfield's existence. Without the plant, there is no Springfield. Without Springfield, there is no show. The plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. In the real world, pressurized water reactors are among the most common types of nuclear power plants in the United States. They work by using pressurized water as both a coolant and a moderator. The reactor heats the water drives turbines, the turbines generate electricity. When properly maintained and operated, they are genuinely safe. The key phrase is properly maintained. The Springfield nuclear power plant has never been properly maintained. This is not an inference or an interpretation. The show states it explicitly and repeatedly across dozens of episodes. The plant has accumulated 342 documented safety violations. That number was revealed during an episode in which a surprise inspection team arrived and cataloged what they found. 342. The cost of bringing the facility up to code was estimated at $56 million. Charles Montgomery Burns, owner and operator of the plant, billionaire many times over, chose not to spend it. Not because the money was unavailable. Burns has more money than anyone in Springfield can meaningfully conceptualize. His net worth across various episodes has been estimated in the billions. He owns a pharmaceutical division, real estate across multiple states, various other enterprises that generate enormous income. $56 million to make his nuclear facility safe would have been, to Burns, roughly equivalent to a very expensive lunch. He did not spend it because spending it would mean acknowledging the violations existed. And acknowledging the violations existed would mean someone might start asking what those violations had already done to the town downstream. So the cooling tower stayed cracked, patched with a wad of chewing gum that you can see if you look at the right angle from the highway. The safety system stayed compromised. The waste disposal continued as it always had, which is to say, not through any approved method, but through whatever was cheapest and most convenient. The show depicts this with a casual horror that is somehow more disturbing than anything dramatic would be. Radioactive waste is shown being dumped directly into waterways. In one episode, workers are shown disposing of glowing green barrels by rolling them into the river. In another, radioactive material ends up on a children's playground. In another, a piece of plutonium serves as a paperweight on someone's desk in an office where people work every day. The luminous green rats that run through the maintenance tunnels of the facility have become a recurring background detail, glimpsed occasionally in the corners of scenes as if the show is daring you to notice them. And there are the skeletons. Human skeletons in the basement of the nuclear power plant. The show revealed this once and never went back to it. No investigation, no inquiry. No character ever brought it up as a concern. The bones are simply there, in the basement of a working nuclear facility, and the show moves on to the next joke, as if this is not a piece of information that demands an enormous number of follow-up questions. Whose skeletons are they? How did people end up dead in the basement of the Springfield nuclear power plant? How many were there? How long have they been there? Did Burns know about them? Of course, Burns knew about them. Burns knows everything that happens in that building. He has been running it for decades. He knows where the plutonium paperweight is. He knows about the luminous rats. He has personal knowledge of every corner of that facility because the facility is the source of everything he has and everything he is. He knew about the skeletons. He left them there. This is the character of the place where Homer Simpson has spent his entire adult life, inside that cracked reactor building, in proximity to those leaking waste barrels, breathing that air, absorbing whatever the plant has been releasing into the environment around it for decades, and Homer is not unique in this regard. A significant portion of Springfield's working population has spent their careers in or near that facility. Those who have not worked there have been living downstream of it, drinking the water the plant's runoff reaches, breathing the air that moves through those cracked cooling towers and out into the surrounding atmosphere. The evidence that something has gone wrong in the biology of Springfield's residents begins with Blinky. Blinky is a three-eyed fish. This is the first visible mutation the show introduces, appearing in Season 2, pulled from a river near the power plant. The discovery of a three-eyed fish in a waterway adjacent to a nuclear facility is, in the real world, the kind of environmental event that triggers formal investigations. It is the kind of finding that ends careers, generates lawsuits, prompts federal regulatory action. A three-eyed fish is not a quirk. It is evidence of genetic disruption at the cellular level. It is what radioactive contamination does to aquatic organisms. The show treats it almost exactly the way a real news story would treat it. Blinky becomes a story. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as evidence that Burns is poisoning the environment. Burns is forced to eat the fish on live television to demonstrate its safety. The town watches, the political story plays out, and then it ends, and nobody tests the water. And nobody follows up on the question of what else might be growing three eyes in the rivers around Springfield. And nobody asks the obvious next question. If the fish have three eyes, what is happening to the people who drink the same water? The answer to that question has been sitting in the show since the beginning. You can see it in every face in Springfield. The bulging eyes. The pronounced overbite that appears in various degrees on almost every adult male character. The yellow skin that covers every resident of the town without exception and appears on no character who originates from outside Springfield. The four fingers. The hair that maintains impossible structural shapes without apparent product or maintenance. These are the features of Springfield's residents. The show established them as the show's visual style and has maintained them consistently for 36 years. They are so thoroughly normalized that audiences stopped thinking of them as unusual long ago. But consider what they mean if you take them seriously. If you look at them not as an animation style, but as information about the people being depicted. In the real world, physical characteristics that appear consistently across an entire population and that deviate significantly from what is observed in the broader human species are the product of either shared genetics or shared environmental exposure. Springfield's residents are not all from the same family. They are not a genetically isolated community. They are a mixed population from various backgrounds who share one thing. They all live in Springfield, and they have all been living there, drinking the same water and breathing the same air for their entire lives. And every single one of them has the same specific set of physical abnormalities. The yellow skin is particularly striking because of what it would indicate in a medical context. Yellow skin, medically speaking, is not a natural human skin tone variation. Jaundice, which causes yellowing of the skin and eyes, is a symptom of liver dysfunction, disrupted bile production, or, in some cases, the breakdown of red blood cells. Long-term exposure to certain environmental toxins can cause chronic jaundice or jaundice-like discoloration. The residents of Springfield have been yellow since birth, which means the exposure began before they were born, in utero, through their mothers, who were themselves already exposed. The four fingers are harder to explain through conventional toxicology, but genetic mutation from radiation exposure does affect limb development in documented cases. The fingers of Springfield's residents are not missing, precisely. They have 4 where humans have 5. This is a recessive pattern that in the real world appears occasionally as a minor developmental variation, but it does not appear consistently across entire populations unless something in that population's environment is consistently driving the expression of that variation. The show is not subtle about this. It draws the distinction between Springfield residents and outsiders explicitly. When celebrities visit Springfield, when characters arrive from the world outside, they look different. Their proportions are more naturalistic. Their eyes are more normally scaled. Their features are closer to actual human anatomy. The show has 2 distinct visual vocabularies, one for Springfield and one for everywhere else. And the difference between them is precisely the set of physical characteristics that would be consistent with multi-generational environmental contamination from a nuclear facility. Springfield's residents are drawn as mutants. The rest of the world is drawn as normal. And the only difference between Springfield and the rest of the world is the cracked cooling towers leaking radioactive material into the water supply for the past several decades. The animals of Springfield confirm this reading. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging, exaggerated eyes as his owners. He has the same proportional deviations from normal canine anatomy that Homer has from normal human anatomy. The dog drinks the same water and breathes the same air as the family. He lives inside the same house on Evergreen Terrace, and his biology shows the same markers as theirs. The birds in Springfield occasionally appear with unusual characteristics. The wildlife in the woods near the power plant has a different quality than wildlife would in a normal forest. The luminous green rats in the plant's maintenance tunnels have been there for long enough that the staff treats them as an expected feature of the environment. And Blinky is still in that river. Or Blinky's descendants are, which amounts to the same thing. Whatever created a 3-eyed fish in Season 2 is still in that water in Season 36. The contamination has not been cleaned up. Burns refused to pay for that too. The most dramatic confirmation of the contamination theory came not in an episode but in the Simpsons movie, the 2007 theatrical film that is technically part of the show's canonical universe. In the movie, Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a threshold severe enough that the Environmental Protection Agency, a real federal agency operating within the show's fiction, determines that the town must be physically contained. A massive glass dome is lowered over Springfield, sealing it off from the rest of the country to prevent the contamination from spreading outward. Think about what that means. The United States government, within the logic of the show's universe, looked at Springfield and concluded that it was so thoroughly toxic, so fundamentally contaminated, that the only solution was to put it in a jar. Springfield is not just polluted in the Simpsons movie. Springfield is classified as a public health emergency requiring physical quarantine. The town is a contamination zone, as officially and explicitly as a town can be, and its residents are inside the dome when it goes up. They are the contamination. The show presents this as a crisis to be resolved within the running time of a feature film. And it is resolved through Homer and his family's heroism, because the show requires that. But the dome is not what created the contamination. The dome is the response to a contamination that has been building for decades. The dome goes up because of everything the power plant has been doing to Springfield for the entire run of the show up to that point. And after the dome comes down, after the movie ends, after everything is supposedly resolved, the power plant is still there. Burns is still running it. Homer is still working there. The same cooling towers are still cracked. Everything went back to normal. Everything always goes back to normal in Springfield. But what is normal in Springfield is itself the problem. Homer Simpson has an IQ of 55. The show's creator has confirmed this. Within the show's canon, it is established as fact. And the show has spent considerable time exploring why Homer's intelligence is what it is, arriving at an answer that ties directly into the contamination theory. In Season 12, a doctor discovers that Homer has had a wax crayon lodged in his nasal passage, pressed up against his frontal lobe, since childhood. The crayon has been physically suppressing his cognitive function for his entire adult life. When the crayon is removed, Homer's IQ rises dramatically. He becomes articulate, thoughtful, capable of understanding the world around him with a clarity he has never experienced before. He is, briefly, smart, and being smart in Springfield is unbearable. Smart Homer sees his job clearly and recognizes that he has wasted his professional life on work that is meaningless and harmful. Smart Homer sees his town clearly and recognizes the contamination that surrounds him. Smart Homer sees the architecture of his own exploitation, the relationship between Burns and the plant and the town, and understands for the first time that the life he has been living is not accidental but engineered. He sees all of this, and it makes him profoundly, devastatingly unhappy. So he has the crayon put back in. He chooses cognitive limitation because the alternative is awareness. He chooses the fog. This is played in the episode for a mixture of comedy and pathos, and it lands as both. But the question the episode carefully does not ask is how the crayon got there in the first place. Homer had a wax crayon lodged in his brain through his entire childhood, his entire adolescence, his entire adult life, and not one of the doctors in Springfield noticed it. He received checkups. He had medical examinations over the years. No one found a foreign object pressing against his frontal lobe. Either the medical establishment in Springfield is comprehensively incompetent, which, given everything else about the town, is entirely possible, or the doctors in Springfield know about Homer's crayon and have chosen not to remove it. And if the second possibility is true, then the question becomes who benefits from keeping Homer cognitively limited? Who needs Homer to be too impaired to understand the world he is living in? Who needs the safety inspector at the nuclear power plant to be incapable of recognizing the safety violations he is surrounded by? Burns benefits. Burns has always benefited from Homer's impairment. We know from the show's canon that Burns and Homer's grandfather struck a deal guaranteeing Homer's employment at the plant regardless of his performance. We know that when German investors briefly purchased the plant and fired Homer, the first thing Burns did when he reclaimed ownership was rehire him. We know that 742 documented errors by Homer have not resulted in his termination. Burns needs Homer employed. Burns needs Homer manageable. And a man with a crayon in his brain suppressing his intelligence to the level of a 55 IQ is, from Burns's perspective, a very manageable employee. The crayon in Homer's brain might be the most intimate act of sabotage in the entire show. Let us talk about Mr. Burns for a moment, because the contamination theory is really a story about Burns as much as it is about Springfield. Burns knows exactly what radiation does to biological systems. He knows this not from textbooks or from professional obligation, but from personal experience, because Burns is himself a product of radiation. The episode called The Springfield Files, which we will explore in greater detail in the section about Burns's impossible lifespan, reveals that Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment so saturated with radiation therapy that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatments keep him alive for precisely one more week. Without them, he deteriorates and dies. His body has been so thoroughly altered by over a century of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer sustain itself through normal biological processes. Burns is radiation dependent. His survival requires controlled nuclear exposure. He understands the relationship between radioactive material and biological systems better than anyone else in Springfield because he has been managing that relationship in his own body for longer than most people have been alive. And he has been running a nuclear facility that leaks that same radioactive material into Springfield's water and air for decades. Burns is not ignorant of what the plant is doing to the town. He is its most informed resident. He understands exactly what the contamination produces because he sees what it has produced in his own body, in the three-eyed fish, in the luminous rats, in the progressive cognitive decline of a workforce that keeps getting harder to distinguish from the background radiation. Burns's decision not to remediate the plant's safety violations is not negligence. It is management. A cognitively impaired population is a compliant population. A town that is too neurologically damaged to connect cause and effect will not organize against the source of its contamination. A workforce that cannot clearly understand what is being done to them will continue showing up for work. The contamination keeps the lights on in more ways than one. And Homer, the man with the crayon in his brain and the 55 IQ and the 742 documented errors, the man whose mother was driven underground by Burns's retaliation, the man who works every day for the person most responsible for the state of his family and his town, Homer is the perfect expression of what the system has produced. He is what happens at the end of a very long chain of deliberate decisions. Not an accident, an outcome. The plant's impact extends beyond biology. It extends into the fabric of how Springfield works as a community. A town economically dependent on a single employer run by a single individual is not a free community. It is a company town, and company towns have a very specific dynamic that historians and sociologists have documented extensively in the context of mining communities, mill towns, and plantation economies. When one entity controls the jobs, the infrastructure, the local political apparatus, and the primary means of survival for an entire population, that entity effectively controls the population. The residents are free in the technical legal sense, but bound by dependency in every practical sense. Springfield is a company town. Burns owns the power plant that employs much of the workforce and powers every building in the town. He has demonstrated a willingness to use that control as a weapon, as when he blocked out the sun to force residents to buy more electricity, or when he shut down Moe's Tavern by calling in the debt that Moe owed him. He has bought elections in Springfield. He has corrupted public officials. He has shaped the political landscape of the town to serve his interests with the casual efficiency of someone who has been doing this for a very long time. The contamination from the plant is not separate from this political economy. It is part of it. A sick town that cannot think clearly and cannot afford to bite the hand that feeds it is the ideal context for the kind of perpetual, unchallenged power Burns has exercised over Springfield for decades. The radiation does not just damage the residents. It protects him from them. There is one more piece of the contamination theory that deserves attention before we move on, and it is the most quietly devastating piece. The residents of Springfield do not age because, according to this theory, their mutated biology has been fundamentally altered at the cellular level. Radiation does many things to biological systems. Among the more documented effects of long-term, low-level radiation exposure is disruption to cellular repair mechanisms, changes to telomere length and behavior, and interference with the normal processes that mark the passage of biological time in living organisms. This is speculative even within the show's framework, but consider it alongside everything else. A population with consistent physical mutations, a population with compromised cognitive function, a population with an unusual resistance to injury and trauma, as demonstrated by Homer's ability to survive events that would kill anyone else. A population whose children are born yellow, with 4 fingers, with hair that maintains impossible structural shapes. All of this is consistent with what you would expect in a community that has been breathing radioactive air and drinking contaminated water for generations. The mutations compound over time. The biology changes. And at some point, the biology changes enough that normal aging processes are no longer functioning as they should. Nobody in Springfield ages. The official explanation is cartoon logic, a floating timeline, a production convention. But the contamination theory offers a biological explanation that sits inside the show's own universe. Supported by evidence the show has been providing since Season 2 when Blinky surfaced in a river with 3 eyes. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. Springfield is a place where something went wrong, and whatever went wrong has been going wrong for long enough that the residents have come to think of their condition as normal. The yellow skin is normal. The 4 fingers are normal. The fish with extra eyes are normal. The man who has been running the facility for a century is normal. The safety inspector with the crayon in his brain is normal. Normal in Springfield means something different from normal everywhere else. And that difference, that gap between Springfield's normal and the world's normal, is the power plant's gift to the town it has been slowly, quietly, systematically changing for 36 years. Rest for a moment with that image. The plant on the hill, its cooling towers outlined against the sky, its lights burning through the night, its cooling water flowing into the river, its air drifting across the rooftops of Evergreen Terrace, across the elementary school, across Moe's Tavern, across the Quickie Mart, across every house and yard and sleeping family in Springfield. The plant is always on. The contamination is always moving, and Springfield is always, in every sense that matters, downstream. Section 3. Homer's Coma and the Dream That Never Ended. On the 1st of April, 1993, something happened in Springfield that the show has been pretending to have resolved ever since. The 18th episode of Season 4 aired that night. It was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was simple. Bart, in the spirit of April Fool's Day, escalated a series of pranks on Homer until he took one of Homer's beer cans, brought it to an auto body shop, and put it inside an industrial paint shaker. When Homer opened the can, the explosion was violent enough to send him to the hospital. That would have been enough for a clip show with a framing device. But then, while Homer was in his hospital bed recovering from the initial incident, he saw a vending machine across the room. He wanted a candy bar. He shook the machine to loosen it. The machine tipped over, crushed him, and Homer Simpson flatlined. He entered a clinically unconscious state, a real coma. Not a cutaway, not a dream sequence. The show depicted Homer's family gathering at his bedside, the doctors managing his condition, the slow and uncertain vigil of waiting for someone to come back from the dark. Homer spent 7 weeks in that coma, and then, the episode tells us, he woke up. Bart confessed tearfully that the whole thing had been his fault, and Homer sprang awake and immediately reached for his son's throat in the show's characteristic expression of paternal affection. The family laughed. Everything went back to normal. The crisis was over. Except for one detail, dropped in the episode's final moments almost as an afterthought. Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% permanently destroyed, never coming back. This information is delivered, Homer responds to it by laughing, and then he says he does not understand why he is laughing. And the family finds this charming, and the episode ends. That 5% is the detail this theory has been built on ever since. The Homer coma theory is the most widely discussed, most carefully elaborated, and most internally consistent fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. It was originally articulated in detail by a Reddit user, and it has been expanded and refined by thousands of people across decades of discussion. The basic premise is straightforward. Homer did not actually wake up from that coma in April 1993. Everything that has aired since that date is a dream generated by a comatose man in a hospital bed at Springfield General, lying still while his brain slowly deteriorates and his family sits beside him, waiting for a recovery that may never come. When you first encounter this theory, it sounds like the kind of speculative overreach that fan theories often fall into. But the more carefully you examine it, the more the evidence accumulates in ways that are genuinely difficult to dismiss. Start with the tonal shift. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a specific kind of show. It was a satire of American family life, grounded in economic anxiety and domestic friction, warm at its core but honest about difficulty. Homer struggled with drinking. Marge considered infidelity. Bart failed academically and faced being held back a year. Lisa developed her first real crush on a substitute teacher and had her heart quietly broken. These were the stories of a family navigating the particular pressures of lower-middle-class American life in the early 1990s. The show was funny. It was sharp, but it was recognizable. Its characters were experiencing versions of things that real families experience. After the coma episode, The show changes, not all at once, not in a single episode, but the direction is unmistakable, and it accelerates as the seasons progress. Homer goes to space. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group. Homer joins a secret society. Homer discovers his mother has been living as a fugitive radical. Homer meets God more than once. Homer holds more different jobs across the seasons than most people hold across several lifetimes. He becomes an astronaut, a monorail conductor, a country music manager, a food critic, an Olympic athlete, a professional boxer, a snowplow operator, a food truck chef, and dozens of other things. He befriends enough celebrities to fill a small sports stadium. He survives enough physical trauma to have kept a team of emergency physicians permanently employed. The show transforms from a grounded family comedy into something far more episodic, far more surreal, far more dreamlike. Plots become more fantastical. Logic becomes more elastic. The consequences of events stop carrying forward between episodes with any consistency. The world resets between weeks, and whatever dramatic change the previous episode introduced is quietly forgotten by the next one. This shift has been debated for decades. Fans have argued about when the show peaked, when it lost the plot, when it stopped being what it had been. The answers people give vary, but almost everyone who cares about the show agrees that something changed at some point. That there is a version of The Simpsons before a certain point and a version after, and that the two versions have a meaningfully different character. The coma theory argues that the dividing line is not a matter of creative exhaustion or changing writing staff or network pressure. The dividing line is the 1st of April 1993. The show Homer's brain is producing becomes less realistic over time because Homer's brain is deteriorating. A comatose brain cannot sustain perfect narrative coherence indefinitely. As the damage accumulates, as the 5% becomes 6% and 7% and more, the dream becomes less grounded. Logic becomes more unstable. Events become more surreal. The show gets stranger because Homer's brain is getting worse. The aging problem, which is what every theory about The Simpsons eventually has to address, finds its most emotionally satisfying explanation in the coma theory. Nobody in Springfield ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went under in April 1993 and never came back up. Homer's brain is generating a simulation of his life, and that simulation is built from the last complete picture his consciousness had of the world before the vending machine fell. His children were Bart at 10 and Lisa at 8 and Maggie at 1. In the dream, they stay at those ages forever because Homer was not there to see them grow. His unconscious mind cannot imagine them older because it has no reference material for older versions of them. It only knows what it last saw. Marge does not age because the last time Homer's waking eyes saw her, she looked exactly as she always has. His friends do not change because his memory of them is frozen at the moment of the accident. His whole world is preserved in amber at the exact state it was in when the vending machine fell. The dream gives him his family, but it can only give him the version of his family that existed at the last moment he was conscious. And so they stay there, eternally in that configuration. His children never growing up, his wife never changing, his world never moving beyond the 1st of April 1993. This is the most emotionally devastating aspect of the coma theory. Homer does not get to see his children grow. He does not get to watch Bart become whatever Bart would become, does not get to see what Lisa does with that extraordinary intelligence, does not get to hear Maggie's second word, or watch her walk without falling over, or see who she grows into. His dream preserves them at the ages he loves them, because that is the only age his brain has access to. And each episode for over 30 years has been Homer's unconscious mind spinning out another day in a Springfield that will never advance, a family that will never change, a life that was stopped on the 1st day of April in 1993 and has been running in place ever since. 6 months before the coma episode, the season 4 premiere aired. It was called Homer the Heretic. In it, Homer stays home from church and has one of the best Sundays of his life. He is visited, in a dream or vision, by God. They have a genuine conversation, one of the more remarkable theological exchanges in the history of animated television. God is depicted as warm, somewhat sardonic, comfortable with Homer's particular brand of reverence. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something. He says that Homer will eventually learn the meaning of life, but that this revelation is not yet at hand. He says that Homer's time is coming. Homer the Heretic aired in September 1992. The Coma episode aired in April 1993. The gap between those two episodes is approximately 6 months. God told Homer his time was coming, and 6 months later, Homer was in a coma. The show presents that exchange as a theological gag, a piece of comic business about Homer's casual relationship with faith, and it functions perfectly well as that. But the coma theory reads it as something else entirely. God was not making a general philosophical observation about the meaning of life. God was telling Homer, directly and specifically, that his conscious life was nearly over, that the time he had been given was running out, that what came after would be different. 6 months later, the vending machine fell. If the coma theory is true, then Homer the Heretic is not a comedy episode about skipping church. It is a prophecy, and God was the only one telling the truth. The celebrity appearances that flood the show's later seasons have always been one of the most discussed aspects of the show's evolution. In the early seasons, guest appearances were relatively rare and carefully chosen. As the show progressed, they became a weekly feature. Springfield became a magnet for famous people in a way that strained credulity even within the show's elastic logic. Why would the world's most prominent celebrities keep finding their way to a mid-sized American town that cannot even be located on a map? The coma theory has an answer. Homer is lying in a hospital bed. Around him, life continues. The television in his room plays. Doctors and nurses discuss their days within his earshot. Marge sits beside him and the world comes to her and she brings it to the room. News broadcasts, music, conversations. Voices float through the fog of unconsciousness into whatever remains of Homer's processing capacity. And Homer's dreaming brain, which is still trying to build a coherent simulation of his world, incorporates these fragments. A name heard through the fog becomes a character in the dream. A voice caught half-conscious becomes a face in Springfield. Every celebrity who shows up in a later season is, in this reading, someone Homer heard from outside the dream, a signal leaking through the walls of the hospital room and being translated by a damaged mind into a visitor at Moe's Tavern, or a guest at the nuclear plant, or a character in the story of a day Homer did not actually live. The celebrity flood is not Springfield becoming improbably glamorous. It is Homer's unconscious mind absorbing the world it cannot directly experience and weaving it into the only world it can still generate. The show has acknowledged the coma theory, which is itself a remarkable thing. Most showrunners, faced with persistent fan theories, maintain strategic ambiguity or deflect without engaging. The Simpsons team has done something more interesting. In season 34, the show created a scene, described publicly as a deleted scene that had been accessed by unauthorized means, in which Homer wakes up from a long coma in a hospital bed. His family is around him. He looks at them with the wondering expression of someone encountering people they love after a very long absence. And the episode contextualizes this as confirmation that every outlandish storyline since season 4 has been a coma dream. The show's team subsequently clarified that this scene was a deliberate leak, a planted piece of content designed to play with the fan theory, not a real deleted scene, a constructed one, made specifically to engage with the theory and then deny it. But the engagement itself is the interesting part. The writers animated that scene, they produced it, they gave it voice performances and music, and the emotional weight of the theory done honestly. They went to the trouble of creating a version of the coma resolution, the thing the theory has been asking for since the 1990s, and then they wrapped it in a layer of meta-commentary that let them simultaneously acknowledge the theory and disavow it. They showed you the truth and told you it was a joke. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory directly in 2015 and said it was not true. Homer is not in a coma. The show is what it appears to be. And then he moved on to other things, because that is what you do when someone asks you a question you cannot fully answer. But there are things Al Jean did not explain. He did not explain the tonal shift. He did not explain why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the vending machine fell. He did not explain why the show becomes progressively more surreal as the seasons advance, in precisely the way you would expect from a dream being generated by a deteriorating brain. He did not explain why the aging freeze maps so cleanly onto a mind that went unconscious in 1993 and never recovered. He said it was not true. He is probably right that it was not the show's original intent, that the writers did not sit down in 1993 and decide to make the rest of the series a coma dream. Creative works often contain more meaning than their creators consciously put into them. The patterns the coma theory identifies are real patterns. Whether they were designed or whether they emerged from 36 years of a show becoming what it needed to become, the patterns are there. Here is the part of the coma theory that stays with you long after the analysis is done. If it is true, if Homer has been dreaming since April 1993, then the emotional core of The Simpsons is not what it appears to be. The show has not been a comedy about a bumbling but lovable father navigating the cheerful chaos of family life. It has been something else entirely. It has been a love letter. Homer Simpson's unconscious mind, damaged and deteriorating and generating a dream that grows stranger with each passing year, keeps building the same story. It keeps putting him at the dinner table with his family. It keeps sending him home to Evergreen Terrace at the end of every episode. It keeps giving him Marge on the couch beside him, Bart's particular laugh, Lisa's saxophone drifting through the house in the evenings, Maggie watching from her high chair with those enormous eyes. Whatever Homer's brain has lost, whatever capacity has been taken from him by the vending machine and the 5% and everything after, it has not lost the thing that matters most. He knows what he wants. He wants his family. He wants to be home. He wants Friday night on Evergreen Terrace to last forever. And in the dream it does. Nobody ages. The beer is always cold. Bart always pulls another prank. Lisa always plays her saxophone. Marge always turns out to be right about whatever Homer was wrong about. Maggie always looks up at him with that steady, serious gaze that seems to see more than she should be able to. The show never ends because Homer does not want it to end. And as long as the dream keeps running, as long as his brain keeps generating Springfield and his family and every ridiculous Sunday in that house, Homer does not have to face what is on the other side of waking up. He does not have to find out how much time has passed. He does not have to know whether Marge waited, whether Bart is still the 10-year-old boy he remembers or someone else entirely, whether his family is still there. In the dream, they are always there. The coma theory does not ruin The Simpsons. It makes every episode feel like an act of love. A man lying in the dark, refusing to let go of the people who matter to him, running the story of his family over and over because it is the only story worth telling. Every episode is Homer's brain saying, "Not yet, not yet. One more Sunday on Evergreen Terrace. One more couch. One more family. Not yet. Let the weight of that settle gently." You do not have to decide whether the theory is true. The show will not tell you. Springfield will not tell you. Homer certainly will not tell you, and even if he could, he would probably just reach for his son's throat and laugh without knowing why. But somewhere in a hospital bed in Springfield General, there is a man who loves his family so completely that even unconscious, even with 5% of his mind permanently gone, he keeps dreaming them into existence, episode by episode, season by season, decade by decade. And we keep watching, because maybe we understand that better than we want to admit. Section 4. Who shot Mr. Burns, the case that was never closed. This is a mystery that the show closed without solving. Season 6, Episode 25, Who Shot Mr. Burns? Part 1. The summer of 1995, The Simpsons did something no animated show had ever done before. They constructed a genuine whodunit, a mystery with multiple suspects and planted clues and red herrings, and they invited the entire viewing audience to participate. Fox promoted it as a national event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special, treating the fictional crime as a real case. The winner of the guessing contest would be animated into an actual episode of the show. It was a cultural moment. It was also, depending on how seriously you take the evidence, either a satisfying resolution or the greatest misdirection in the history of the show. You know the setup. Mr. Burns had gone further than he had ever gone before. He had drilled beneath Springfield Elementary and stolen the oil well underneath the school. He had used the resulting revenue to build a giant mechanical disc that he positioned to block out the sun over the entire town, ensuring that everyone in Springfield would be forced to buy electricity from his plant because there would be no natural light to supplement it. He had, in other words, stolen the sun. The community meeting that followed was one of the most crowded and most tense scenes in the show's history. Every major character was there. Every major character had a reason to want Burns dead. The show took its time establishing this, carefully and deliberately. Homer, because Burns could never remember his name despite years of employment. Bart and Lisa, because the school lost its funding when Burns took the oil. Grandpa, because the retirement home was destroyed when Burns's drilling created a sinkhole. Groundskeeper Willie, because he lost his job. Tito Puente, because Burns cut the music program. Mo, because Burns called in the debt that closed the bar. Smithers, freshly fired and spiraling into alcoholism, more grieved than anyone about Burns's cruelty even as he suffered its direct consequences. The tension at that meeting was extraordinary. Multiple characters were shown holding weapons. The town was an inch from a riot. And then Burns collapsed, a single gunshot wound. He staggered to the town sundial, fell, his hands landing on two letters, W and S, from the audience's perspective. M and S, from Burns's own. The ambulance took him away. The screen went black. America had to wait 3 months. Part 2 arrived in September 1995. Chief Wiggum led the investigation with characteristic incompetence. Smithers confessed immediately, but his alibi fell apart when it was revealed he had been blackout drunk and had shot the wrong person entirely, putting a bullet in old Jasper's wooden leg rather than anything vital. One by one, suspects were eliminated through a combination of genuine alibis and Wiggum's random procedural lurching. The break in the case came from an eyelash found on Burns's suit. DNA analysis matched it to a Simpson. Fingerprints on the gun pointed to Homer. He had the clearest motive in town. He was arrested. He was about to be convicted. And then Burns woke up. Burns looked around the hospital room, gathered his faculties, and identified his attacker, Maggie Simpson. Baby Maggie Simpson. According to Burns's account, he had encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting. He attempted to take her lollipop. His gun fell from its holster in the struggle. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Case closed. Baby did it. The most powerful man in Springfield was brought down by a 1-year-old who wanted to keep her lollipop. The episode ended with Maggie alone in a room, checking that no one was watching, and making a gesture that mimicked a gunshot with her pacifier. But the case was not actually closed. The evidence does not hold together the way the show wants you to think it does, and the more carefully you examine it, the more clearly you can see the seams where the official story has been stitched together over gaps that still show. Begin with the contest. The show publicly and explicitly stated that the mystery was solvable from the clues in Part 1. The contest invited America to guess, and the winner would be animated. Thousands of entries were submitted. According to the DVD commentary for these episodes, provided by the people who made them, not a single person from the randomly selected sample of contest entries guessed the correct answer. Nobody got it right. The prize went to a randomly selected contestant who had not identified the shooter, and instead of being animated into the show, they received a cash payment. The show's creators were aware that exactly one person had posted the correct answer, doing so on a Simpsons newsgroup on the night of Part 1's original broadcast. But this person was using a college internet account. By the time the contest ended and the producers tried to find them, the account was gone. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for this person to come forward. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Consider what this means. The creators of the show told millions of viewers that the mystery was solvable from the available evidence. When the answer was revealed, essentially no one had reached the correct conclusion. Either the clues were genuinely insufficient, or the red herrings were so effective that even careful viewers were misdirected, or the answer that was ultimately provided did not follow logically from the evidence that had been established. In retrospect, the third option looks most likely. The sundial is the central piece of physical evidence that the show uses to point toward Maggie. Burns falls with his hands on W and S. From his perspective, M and S Maggie Simpson. Case closed. Except that Burns himself stated, on the record within the episode's canon, that his hands landing on those letters was not intentional. He did not deliberately position himself to identify his attacker. He simply fell. The sundial clue is, according to the victim whose death it is meant to explain, a coincidence. The central piece of evidence pointing to Maggie is, by Burns's own account, meaningless. Then there is the gun. Burns carried it in a holster. Careful viewers noted that the holster was shown empty before the shooting occurred. Burns's gun was already missing from his person at the town meeting. This means the shooter did not bring their own weapon. They used Burns's gun, which they somehow came to possess before the attack. How they came to possess it is a question the episode never satisfactorily answers. The empty holster detail eliminates the characters who arrived at the meeting already carrying weapons. Those characters, who were shown with firearms at the meeting, brought their own. The person who shot Burns used a gun that they found or took from Burns's person before the event. A baby finding a gun that fell from a holster fits this profile. But so does anyone who had access to Burns before the meeting and took the gun deliberately, anticipating exactly what they were going to do with it. Burns's last words before being shot were reported as, "Oh, it's you." Not an expression of surprise, not an expression of fear, an expression of recognition. The tone of someone acknowledging a familiar presence. Does Burns recognize Maggie? Has Burns ever had a meaningful interaction with Maggie before this event? The show has not established any relationship between Burns and the Simpson baby. He barely knows Homer's name despite years of Homer working for him. The idea that he would see Maggie in a parking lot and greet her with the particular quality of, "Oh, it's you," does not track with a man who cannot reliably identify his own employees. "Oh, it's you" is the greeting you give someone you have a history with, someone who means something to you in some context. Someone whose presence in a given situation makes an immediate kind of sense, even if it is not what you expected. There are several characters in Springfield for whom Burns's reaction would be entirely natural. Smithers, clearly. Homer, who has been working for him for years, even if Burns cannot remember his name. Marge, whom Burns once fell for during an earlier episode. Characters who are part of Burns's world in ways that would make their appearance in a parking lot after a contentious town meeting completely comprehensible. Maggie Simpson is not one of those characters. In season 18 of the show, Homer makes a statement that the episode treats as a throwaway line, and the audience was apparently expected to take as such. He claims that he was the one who shot Mr. Burns. He just says it, on camera, to other characters. Homer Simpson confesses to the attempted murder of the richest man in Springfield, and nothing happens. No investigation, no rearrest, no reopening of the case. No one comments on it with any seriousness. The show delivers this apparent confession and then moves on entirely, treating it as if it were a bit of comic business rather than a direct statement from a central character about his role in one of the show's most famous storylines. Either Homer is lying for attention or dramatic effect, which is entirely consistent with his character, or the original verdict was wrong and Homer was the actual shooter. And this is the show using a later season throwaway to acknowledge that, without actually committing to it. If Homer did it, then everything the show presented as evidence against Maggie was either manufactured, misread, or conveniently overlooked. The DNA eyelash from a Simpson proved a Simpson was involved. It proved Homer's involvement. Burns's identification of Maggie from a hospital bed, having just emerged from a coma caused by a gunshot wound, is the testimony of a compromised witness. Burns is not a reliable narrator in the best of circumstances. Fresh out of a coma with a bullet wound is not the best of circumstances. The Marge theory, which circulates widely among fans, proposes that it was neither Homer nor Maggie but Marge who pulled the trigger. The case for this is quietly compelling. Marge watched Burns systematically destroy things she cared about. Her children's school lost its funding. Her family's dog was injured. The son was stolen from a town where her children played and grew up. Marge is not a passive character. She has demonstrated, in multiple episodes across the show's run, that she has a capacity for decisive action when the people she loves are threatened. Burns fell for Marge during an earlier episode, a storyline that never fully resolved. The theory argues that when Burns saw his attacker in the parking lot and said, "Oh, it's you," with that particular quality of recognition, it was because he recognized the woman he had been infatuated with. And when he woke up from his coma and was asked to identify the shooter, he did not name Marge. He pointed at the sundial and let the town draw its own conclusions. He took the bullet and protected her. He pointed at the nearest available letters and let the investigation find its way to Maggie, because Maggie was the perfect outcome for Burns. A baby cannot be prosecuted. A baby cannot testify. A baby cannot become a complication. Chief Wiggum said it himself. No jury in the world would convict a baby. If Burns wanted to protect Marge and close the investigation in the direction of the least possible legal consequence, Maggie was the cleanest possible answer. And the show acknowledges this logic openly. Wiggum says it, "The writers know that Maggie as the shooter is legally convenient." The meta-commentary is right there in the episode. The alternate endings confirm that even the writers were not fully settled on their answer. A complete alternate conclusion was produced in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter. Not a sketch, not a draft, not a brief concept. A full-length, fully voiced, fully animated alternate version of the resolution. This was shown publicly during The Simpsons' 138th episode Spectacular, a clip show hosted by Troy McClure, who dismisses the Smithers ending by explaining that it would not make sense because all the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored. Troy McClure, a fictional character within a fictional show, then adds that ignoring DNA evidence would be downright nutty, and the clip show includes a brief, pointed reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, in which a jury famously did not give DNA evidence its expected weight. The show is winking at you. It is telling you that dismissing or misreading DNA evidence is not theoretical. It happens in high-profile cases. It happened in a case that was on every television in America around the same time this episode was being discussed. The reference is too specific to be accidental. The writers are acknowledging that their official answer relies on DNA evidence that may have been misread, mishandled, or deliberately pointed in a convenient direction. An early draft of the script had Barney Gumble as the shooter. This was considered seriously enough that it made it into a draft, and the plan was apparently to send Barney to prison as a consequence. It was abandoned, but the fact of its existence confirms what the Smithers alternate ending also confirms. The answer was not determined by the evidence. The evidence was adjusted to fit whatever answer was chosen. The mystery was reverse engineered. This is the key fact that the official story cannot accommodate. The clues in Part 1 did not organically generate Maggie as the answer. The writers chose Maggie and then arranged the evidence to make that choice plausible. The contest that no one won was not won because the clues were insufficient, because they had been placed in service of an answer that had not yet been fully decided when Part 1 was broadcast. There is one more thing about this case that deserves attention. Springfield is not a town known for restraint. Springfield forms mobs over minor inconveniences. They have burned down municipal buildings over misunderstandings about bears. They riot at the drop of a hat. The show has depicted the population of Springfield responding to significantly smaller provocations with mass collective violence. Burns blocked out the sun. He stole the light from every living thing in Springfield. He threatened the survival of every plant, every animal, every person in the town. He shut down a bar and destroyed a retirement home and took an elementary school's funding and injured a family's dog. He gathered every grievance the town had ever had with him into a single moment of grotesque overreach, and only one person pulled a trigger. In a town where a single misunderstanding can produce a full-scale riot, in a town where dozens of people attended that meeting carrying weapons, only one shot was fired. Either the situation resolved itself with remarkable restraint, or the single shot that was fired was not a spontaneous act of rage, but something more planned, something organized. Something that required one person to act with purpose while everyone else was distracted. Someone who knew Burns's schedule. Someone with knowledge of where he kept his gun. Someone who understood the political and legal landscape well enough to know that the outcome of any investigation would depend on where the evidence pointed, and who had the access or influence to ensure it pointed where they wanted it to. The mystery was never solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, those are not the same thing. Section 5. Mr. Burns, the oldest man alive. There is a question that sits underneath every Burns storyline, every appearance, every reference to his past that the show has scattered across 36 seasons of episodes. The question is not why Burns is the way he is. The show has been fairly clear about that. The question is why he is still here at all. Charles Montgomery Burns was born sometime in the late 1800s. The show has placed his birth in various specific years across different episodes, but every version of the timeline is consistent on one point. Burns has personal memories of the 19th century. He has referenced experiences from before the turn of the 20th century as first-hand recollections. He attended Yale, which his timeline places in the early 1900s. He served in World War II, which is consistent with a man born in the 1880s or 1890s. He has told stories about knowing Howard Hughes. He has described the Gilded Age not as historical period but as lived experience. By the most conservative reading of the show's various and often contradictory biographical details, Burns is over 100 years old. By the most generous reading, he may be pushing toward 140, and he does not merely exist at this age. He functions, He runs a corporation. He manipulates local politics with the efficiency of someone who has been doing it for decades. He orchestrates schemes that require sustained strategic thinking, long-term planning, and a working understanding of modern legal and financial systems. His body is frail and his physical strength is negligible, but his mind is sharp, his attention to detail is extraordinary, and his capacity for cruelty has not diminished with the passing of the years. Burns is, within the show's universe, the most functionally impossible character in Springfield. And Springfield has a three-eyed fish. The most direct evidence of how Burns survives appears in the Springfield Files, the X-Files crossover episode from Season 8. The episode begins with Homer seeing what he believes is an alien in the woods near Springfield. The FBI sends agents Mulder and Scully to investigate. The town panics. The mystery builds toward a dramatic revelation. When the truth is revealed, the alien is not an alien, it is Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment so intensive, so loaded with chemicals and radiation therapy, that the procedure causes his entire body to emit a visible green glow. The treatments keep him alive for exactly 1 more week. Without them, he would deteriorate and die within days. After each session, Burns wanders out of the facility in a state of dazed, chemical-saturated euphoria, stumbling through the woods like something from another world. He glows in the dark. Not metaphorically. Burns is so saturated with radiation that his body emits visible light. The show presents this revelation as a comedic twist, the punchline to a paranormal mystery, and it functions brilliantly as that. But the implications are staggering if you follow them. Burns is not surviving through any natural biological process. He is being kept alive through a recurring artificial intervention that must be administered on a precise weekly schedule. Miss one treatment and Burns dies. The margin for error is 0. He is maintained the way a complex machine is maintained, through scheduled servicing, controlled input and output, careful management of the systems that make his continued operation possible. And the treatment involves radiation. The man who owns the nuclear power plant, the man whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's environment for decades, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological functions. Burns is not just profiting from nuclear energy, he requires it. Without regular radiation input, his body cannot sustain itself. This creates an extraordinary closed loop. Burns owns the nuclear plant. The nuclear plant poisons Springfield. The radiation from the plant is also, through some related mechanism, what Burns's treatments use to keep him alive. He has arranged the entire infrastructure of a town's energy supply around the needs of his own unusual biology. The power plant is not just a business, it is a life support system for its owner. There is a scene in the show that is one of the most quoted in its history, deployed regularly as a piece of absurdist comedy, but which takes on a much darker quality when you understand what it is actually describing. A doctor informs Burns that he has every disease known to medical science. Every single one, simultaneously present in his body. The doctor explains that all of Burns's various diseases exist in a state of perfect equilibrium, each one canceling out the others. He calls it Three Stooges syndrome, comparing it to 3 people trying to simultaneously pass through a doorway. None of them can get through because they are all blocking each other. Burns's diseases are all trying to kill him at the same time, and because they are all equally present, they create a biological gridlock that prevents any single illness from gaining dominance. The conclusion is that Burns is the sickest man in the United States, and also the most medically robust, because everything that should kill him is being blocked by everything else that should kill him. This is played as absurdism. The phrase Three Stooges syndrome is funny. The idea that total pathological overload somehow produces a kind of terrible equilibrium is funny. And it is also, within the radiation theory, a precise description of what Burns's weekly treatments are doing. The treatments do not cure Burns's diseases, they manage them. They sustain the equilibrium that keeps every illness in perfect stasis, balanced against every other illness, preventing any single condition from advancing. The weekly radiation exposure is not medicine in any conventional sense. It is calibration. Burns's body is a system, and his treatments are the regular adjustment required to keep that system from tipping into catastrophic failure. Without Smithers, this calibration would fail. Waylon Smithers is Burns's personal assistant, and this description undersells the role by about 90%. Smithers manages every aspect of Burns's daily existence. He maintains the schedule. He ensures Burns makes every medical appointment. He monitors Burns's physical condition with a vigilance that borders on obsession. He anticipates Burns's needs before Burns expresses them. He is, in the most practical and non-metaphorical sense, the system that keeps Burns alive. The show has established repeatedly and explicitly that Burns without Smithers is helpless. Not emotionally helpless, though that is also true. Physically helpless? If Smithers were to leave, if he were removed from his position or decided to walk away, Burns would miss a treatment. The treatment schedule would slip. The equilibrium that holds his diseases in stasis would shift, and every illness in Burns's body would surge forward simultaneously. Smithers knows this. He has known it for his entire career. He is not staying because of devotion alone, though the devotion is real and deep and has its own complex emotional landscape. He is staying because he knows that his absence is a death sentence. He is keeping Burns alive through logistical competence, and that knowledge is woven into the foundation of their relationship. The dynamic between Burns and Smithers is often read as a story about unrequited love and compulsive loyalty. It is those things. But it is also something more practical and more troubling. Smithers is indispensable in a medical sense. Burns requires his management the way a patient with a complex chronic condition requires a dedicated care provider. The fact that Burns treats Smithers with casual disregard, frequently fires him over minor offenses, forgets his birthday with reliable frequency, and generally behaves toward him with the careless entitlement of someone who has never had to worry about consequences, this makes the dynamic stranger and sadder than a simple, unrequited affection story would be. Burns needs Smithers to stay alive, and Smithers cannot bring himself to leave. The exact mechanism holding them together may be love, or guilt, or habit, or something Burns did long ago that bound Smithers to him in ways neither character has ever fully articulated. But the result is a man keeping another man alive through sheer careful attention, day after day, treatment by treatment, year by year, decade by decade. Burns's connection to historical events adds another layer to the immortality question. He knew Howard Hughes. He attended Yale in the early decades of the 20th century. He served in World War II, with a role the show has described as morally questionable at best. During the war, he stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government and kept it hidden for decades. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as history but as a period he lived through. His family's wealth predates the Industrial Revolution. The Burns family tree, as the show has described it across various episodes, is one of the oldest and most consistently powerful lineages in American history. The Burns dynasty did not build its fortune recently. The family has been wealthy for generations, wealthy in the old way, the kind of wealth that built infrastructure and then charged everyone else to use it, that shaped local and national politics, that existed so far beyond the reach of ordinary legal accountability that the concept of law became theoretical rather than practical. Burns inherited a dynasty that was already ancient when he took control of it, and he has been extending it, maintaining it, preventing it from being diluted or distributed or challenged for over a century. The question that the show poses implicitly but never answers directly is whether Burns is unique in his longevity, or whether the Burns family has always found ways to extend its members' lives beyond normal limits. If the current Burns has been alive for over 100 years through artificial means, is it possible that previous Burns patriarchs employed different but equally deliberate strategies? Before nuclear radiation, before modern medicine, before any of the technology that currently sustains the current Burns, what were the methods? The show does not answer this, but it establishes that the Burns family has been in continuous control of its fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed. That kind of continuity does not happen through normal generational succession. It requires either extraordinary luck or extraordinary measures, and the Burns family does not appear to rely on luck. Burns has come closer to dying than almost any other character in the show. He has been shot by Maggie Simpson. He has been hospitalized dozens of times across the series. He has collapsed, fallen, been attacked, been abandoned in wilderness without resources, been involved in accidents that would have killed a normal person several times over. He always comes back. Not through the cartoon resilience that Homer demonstrates, where injuries are absorbed and forgotten as quickly as they are sustained. Burns comes back through infrastructure, through money, through the elaborate machinery of wealth and medical privilege and institutional connection that he has spent over a century constructing precisely for this purpose. There is always a doctor with the right expertise. There is always a facility with the necessary equipment. There is always a phone call that Smithers makes, a resource that gets deployed, a mechanism that was put in place years ago for exactly this contingency. Homer's survival is passive. He endures things and does not die because the show requires him not to die. Burns's survival is active and engineered. Every dollar he has ever spent, every political relationship he has cultivated, every institution he has corrupted or captured or quietly purchased, it all serves one purpose: keep Burns operational. Keep the treatments running. Keep the diseases balanced. Keep the reactor going. Because if Burns dies, the empire dies with him, and empires do not allow themselves to die. The most chilling aspect of the Burns immortality theory is not about Burns at all. It is about Springfield. The town cannot afford for Burns to die. Its economy depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on his treatments. His treatments depend on the infrastructure his wealth provides. It is a self-sustaining closed system, a loop that feeds itself, a structure in which the man, the machine, and the money support each other in an endless cycle of mutual dependence. Springfield cannot challenge Burns because challenging Burns would mean dismantling the system that keeps the lights on. The residents who are most damaged by the plant's contamination are also the most dependent on the income it generates. The population that is most harmed by Burns's operation is also the population that cannot survive its absence. He has created a situation in which attacking him is equivalent to attacking yourself. This is the architecture of perfect power, not domination through force, not control through visible coercion, power through indispensability, through the careful construction of a dependency so thorough that the dominated cannot imagine life without the dominator. Burns is the oldest man in Springfield. He might be the oldest man in America. He is kept alive by weekly radiation treatments, sustained by a fortune that predates the nation, protected by an assistant whose devotion is functionally a medical necessity, surrounded by a population too damaged to question why their employer glows in the dark. He is not immortal. He is something more interesting than immortal. He is too expensive to die, and Springfield will keep paying for his survival as long as he keeps the lights on, which, if the treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Section 6. Maggie Simpson, the smartest person in Springfield. Maggie Simpson does not speak. She does not walk with any reliability. She communicates through pacifier movements and the occasional wide, unblinking stare. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She sits in her high chair or her stroller or on the living room floor and watches the family move around her with an expression that is, if you pay attention to it, not passive at all. It is patient. There is a difference between passivity and patience. Passivity is the absence of engagement. Patience is engagement that has chosen to wait. Maggie's expression, in the episodes where she is given enough screen time for you to really observe it, is the expression of someone who is watching, cataloging, processing, and waiting for something. What she is waiting for, the show has never told us, but we know what she has already done while she was waiting. She shot Mr. Burns. She led a daycare rebellion. She saved her father from drowning, from a bear, from various other mortal situations that would have resolved badly without her intervention. She has demonstrated problem-solving abilities that exceed those of most adults in her immediate environment. She has been tested and found to possess intelligence that does not correspond to her developmental age in any way the show has been willing to fully explain. And through all of it, she has not said a word. Begin with the daycare. The Longest Daycare is a 7-minute theatrical short film released in 2012, shown in cinemas before a major studio animated feature. It was nominated for an Academy Award. It is, by any measure, a serious piece of filmmaking, and it is also the single most concentrated depiction of Maggie's capabilities that the show has produced. The premise is simple. Maggie is dropped off at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare facility run with the kind of humorless institutional efficiency that the show has always used to satirize authoritarian bureaucracy. Inside, Maggie encounters a caterpillar in the process of forming a cocoon. She wants to protect it until it becomes a butterfly. Another infant, a recurring antagonist named Gerald, wants to destroy it. What follows is a miniature action film. Maggie outwits the bully, evades the daycare staff, defeats the facility's security systems, and successfully protects the caterpillar through to its transformation and release. She does this without speaking a single word. She does it through systematic observation of her environment, careful identification of threats and resources, rapid adaptation when her initial plans encounter obstacles, and the kind of multi-step planning that requires holding a goal in mind across a series of intermediate steps while managing competing variables. These are not infant cognitive abilities. The ability to plan multiple steps ahead while adapting to unexpected complications, the ability to accurately predict other people's behavior in order to route around it, the ability to identify and deploy environmental resources. These skills require a degree of executive function and working memory that developmental psychology associates with considerably older children and adults. Maggie executes all of this while being physically limited to the motor skills of a 1-year-old. She falls. She crawls where she needs to run. She drops things she cannot grip. Her body consistently fails to keep pace with her mind's requirements. But her decision-making never falters. Every choice she makes is correct. Every adaptation is appropriate. She succeeds not because her physical capabilities match the challenge, but because her cognitive capabilities more than compensate for everything her body cannot do. Her body is 1 year old. Her mind is something else entirely. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly, in episodes where intelligence testing becomes part of the plot. The results, when they appear, are depicted as extraordinary, off the charts. Beyond what standardized instruments can reliably measure, the show plays these moments for quick comedy and moves on rapidly, but the pattern they establish is consistent and unmistakable. Maggie consistently demonstrates cognitive abilities that no 1-year-old should possess. This consistency is important. It would be easy to dismiss a single episode's depiction of extraordinary infant intelligence as a gag, a one-off joke about an impossible situation, but the pattern persists across the run of the show. Episode after episode, across different seasons, different writing staffs, different animation teams, Maggie continues to demonstrate the same qualities: strategic awareness, situational assessment, planning, patience, the capacity to act decisively when the moment requires it, and to wait when waiting is the optimal strategy. The family consistently fails to notice. Homer is dealing with whatever disaster his current episode has put in front of him. Marge is managing the household and worrying about everyone in it. Bart is generating his own chaos. Lisa is engaged in whatever intellectual or moral crusade the week has assigned to her. And in the background, in the margins of every scene, Maggie sits and watches, completely invisible to the people who love her most, doing the most extraordinary thing a character in Springfield has ever done: choosing to be overlooked. Look at what happens to intelligent women in the Simpson family. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. This is not a matter of opinion within the show's universe. Lisa's intelligence is objectively extraordinary, measured and documented and cited repeatedly. She plays the saxophone at a professional level. She has academic interests and intellectual capacities that dwarf anyone else in her household and most of the adults in Springfield. She has solved mysteries, prevented disasters, identified solutions to problems that stumped people with decades of professional experience. And Springfield has spent 36 years making sure Lisa knows how little this matters. Lisa speaks up and gets ignored. She challenges authority and gets punished or dismissed. She tries to improve her community and meets resistance from a population that does not want to be improved. Her intelligence is her most defining characteristic, and also the primary source of her social isolation, her loneliness, her fundamental disconnection from the people around her who cannot quite match her frequency. Lisa wears her intelligence on the outside. She announces herself as the person in the room who understands the most, and the room responds by making her feel that this understanding is a burden rather than a gift. Maggie watched this happen. Maggie has been watching this happen since she was born. She was born into a household where her sister's brilliance was a kind of curse, where being the smartest person in the room meant being the most isolated and the most consistently disappointed. She has spent her entire life observing the specific way that visible intelligence is received in her family, in her community, in the town shaped by a billionaire's deliberate maintenance of cognitive limitation. And she learned a different lesson than Lisa learned. Lisa's lesson was to keep fighting regardless of the cost, to refuse to diminish herself even when diminishment would make life easier, to insist on the world catching up to her even as it consistently declined to do so. This is a brave and genuinely admirable choice, and it has made Lisa miserable. Maggie's lesson was simpler and possibly wiser, at least in the context of Springfield. If you let people see what you can do, they will respond by limiting what you are allowed to do. If you let people know what you understand, they will respond by making you responsible for that understanding in ways that will cost you. The safest form of power is invisible power. The most effective position is the position no one is watching. So Maggie watches everything and reveals nothing. She is surrounded by a family of extremely vocal people. Homer narrates his own existence at high volume. Marge voices her concerns in careful, measured terms that nonetheless express everything she is feeling. Bart declares his intentions and his provocations openly. Lisa lectures and argues and challenges. The Simpson household is a wall of constant noise, a perpetual family meeting that never quite resolves anything. And in the middle of it, Maggie sits in silence. Not because she cannot participate, because she has decided not to. Consider the strategic advantages of Maggie's position. No one suspects a baby. Chief Wiggum said it directly in the context of the Burns investigation. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Burns was shot, and the investigation spent considerable effort examining Homer and other adult suspects before it landed on Maggie, and even then the landing was gentle because the conclusion could not lead to prosecution. The most effective position in any covert operation is the position of the person no one considers a credible actor. Maggie is never considered a credible actor. She is a baby. Babies do not plan. Babies do not assess situations strategically and decide whether and how to intervene. Babies do not wait for adults to look away before reenacting a gunshot with their pacifier in a deliberate, private moment of remembrance or satisfaction. Except that Maggie does all of these things regularly, and because everyone around her is operating from the assumption that she is too young to be doing anything intentional, she gets to do all of it without observation. The daycare rebellion worked because no one monitors infants closely enough to see them organizing. The Burns shooting, whatever Maggie's precise role, was effective precisely because no investigation begins with the assumption that the infant in the room is the one who pulled the trigger. Every heroic act Maggie has performed, every remarkable demonstration of her capabilities, has happened in the margins and the background and the unobserved corners of Springfield's attention. And Maggie has kept it that way deliberately. She is the most capable member of the Simpson family. She has known it for 36 years, and she has spent 36 years making sure no one else figures it out. The radiation theory, as applied to Maggie, produces its most interesting interpretation. If the contamination from the power plant creates mutations that affect Springfield's residents differently depending on their individual biology, then Maggie and Homer represent opposite ends of the same spectrum. Homer's mutation diminished his intelligence to a documented clinical level. The radiation, combined with the crayon, combined with whatever other factors have been compressing his cognitive capacity for decades, produced a man whose mind functions far below what it could have been. Maggie's mutation, the theory suggests, amplified her intelligence to a level that cannot be properly measured. Same environmental cause, same contaminated water and irradiated air. Same family genetics. But where the father's brain was compromised, the daughter's was enhanced. Homer and Maggie are two expressions of the same radioactive experiment, one producing cognitive reduction and one producing cognitive amplification, separated by a generation and a developmental stage. This reading makes the Springfield family a controlled study in what nuclear contamination does to intelligence at different points in biological development. Homer was exposed throughout adulthood, his brain already formed and functioning in a particular way when the full weight of the contamination bore down on it. Maggie was exposed from the very beginning, from before birth, from conception in a town that had been soaking in the plant's runoff for years before she arrived. The contamination reached her at the stage when the brain is most plastic, most open to radical reshaping, most capable of being fundamentally altered rather than merely damaged, and it made her extraordinary. If the coma theory is true, Maggie's genius takes on a different and perhaps more affecting meaning. Homer is dreaming. He cannot watch his children grow. He cannot be there for them. He cannot protect them or guide them or do any of the things a father is supposed to do as his children move through the world. In the dream, he cannot give them more than they were when the vending machine fell. He cannot make Bart older or wiser. He cannot make Lisa's world less lonely. He cannot give them futures he never got to see. But he can make Maggie brilliant. He can give his smallest child, the one he has had the least time with, the one who has not yet spoken her second word, the one who is still in some sense completely open and unmade, an intelligence that transcends the limitations of her age. He can dream her as someone who will be okay, someone who does not need his protection because she is already, quietly and invisibly, capable of everything she will ever need to be capable of. Maggie's genius in this reading is Homer's prayer for his youngest child, a father who cannot be there, dreaming the version of his daughter who does not need him to be. Maggie's endgame remains the last truly unsolved mystery in the Simpson family. We know what Bart's arc is. We know what Lisa's arc is. We know, broadly, the shape of Homer's life and Marge's choices and what they mean. But Maggie has been building towards something for 36 years without the show ever showing us what it is. She has shot a billionaire. She has liberated a daycare. She has saved her family from mortal danger. She has demonstrated, repeatedly and consistently, capabilities that no one in her life recognizes. She is watching. She is planning. She is waiting. For what? The show does not say. The show may never say. Maggie's silence is the one mystery that even the most dedicated theorist cannot resolve, because Maggie has not decided to act yet. And when she does decide, when whatever she has been building to finally arrives, Springfield will not see it coming. No one will. That is exactly how she designed it. Section 7. Mona Simpson and the Conspiracy That Broke 3 Generations. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. This was the established fact of Homer's backstory. His mother had passed away when he was young. His father, Abraham Simpson, had told him so, had shown him the grave, had let Homer spend his childhood, his adolescence, his entire adult life carrying the weight of a motherless boy who grew up too quickly in the specific way that loss requires. That weight shaped everything about Homer, his desperate need for approval, his clinginess toward Marge that is at once genuinely touching and occasionally suffocating, his terror of abandonment, the way he holds on to what he has with a grip that sometimes looks like love and sometimes looks like fear, his willingness to endure extraordinary humiliation from Burns rather than risk losing the one stable professional relationship in his life, his compulsive need to be liked by everyone around him, even people who treat him badly, even people who have no particular reason to like him. All of this is a coping mechanism for maternal loss. Homer is what a person looks like when the first unconditional love they were supposed to receive was taken away before they had a vocabulary for what was happening. And in Season 7, the show revealed that the loss was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired in November 1995 and is widely considered one of the greatest episodes in the show's history. What happens in it is simple on the surface. Homer, while trying to fake his own death to avoid working on a Saturday, discovers through municipal records that his mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe had shown him belonged to Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been using a famous writer's headstone as a substitute for a dead wife he needed Homer to believe in. Homer finds his mother Mona at a cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave. She does not recognize him at first. He has changed. He has become the person he became in her absence. When he proves who he is, their reunion is one of the most genuinely affecting scenes the show has ever produced. Two people separated for 27 years, finding each other in a graveyard beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona tells Homer the truth. She did not die. She did not leave because she stopped loving him. She left because staying would have endangered him and his father. She left because the man who signed Homer's paychecks, the man Homer had been working for his entire adult life without knowing the connection, had destroyed her life and forced her to disappear. The story goes back to 1969. Mona Simpson was a housewife in Springfield, married to Abe, mother to a young boy named Homer. She was ordinary in the way that many people are extraordinary before they encounter the moment that reveals them. The world outside was in upheaval. The civil rights movement, the counterculture, Vietnam, and the protests against it. The particular American convulsion of the late 1960s that pulled everyone into taking a position, whether they wanted to or not. Mona was radicalized. The show depicts this with the show's characteristic mixture of absurdism and genuine emotional weight. She joined a group of activists, and their target was a biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Sit with that for a moment. Burns did not just own a nuclear power plant. He owned a germ warfare facility, a laboratory designed to produce biological weapons, located in Springfield, in the same town where Homer was growing up and children were playing, and families were living their lives without any awareness that the richest man in town was manufacturing weaponized pathogens a few miles from their homes. Burns was running a biological weapons program in an American town. In the context of everything else we know about Burns, this is consistent. He is not a man who has ever been constrained by the ethical boundaries that most humans operate within. He blocked the sun. He maintained a facility with over 300 safety violations without remediation. He has human skeletons in his basement. A biological weapons operation is, within the internal logic of Burns's character, simply another enterprise. Mona and her group broke into the laboratory. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological agents stored inside. During the raid, they accidentally cured the asthma of a security guard, who was Clancy Wiggum, the man who would later become Springfield's chief of police. The raid succeeded. The weapons were destroyed. But Mona made one mistake. As her group fled, she stopped. Someone had been knocked down in the chaos. She turned back to help, and the person who had fallen, the person she reached down to assist, was Mr. Burns himself. He saw her face. He looked up at the woman who had just destroyed his weapons program, and he identified her. He reported her to the FBI. And from that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son or explain to him why she was leaving or comfort him through the confusion of her absence. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping and disappeared. Homer was 6 years old. He woke up and his mother was gone, and his father told him she had died. Homer spent the next 27 years of his life believing he was the kind of person a mother would rather leave than stay for. Believing, at whatever level of consciousness such things operate, that he had been found insufficient, that there was something about him that made the person who loved him first and most unconditionally decide to go. This belief, even if Homer never articulated it in those terms, shaped the man he became, the desperation for approval, the clinginess, the extraordinary tolerance for mistreatment from authority figures who hold the power to take away the things he values. All of it traces back to a 6-year-old boy waking up and finding himself inexplicably alone. And Burns knew this. Burns had always known this. Burns was the reason it was true. When Mona returns to Springfield in Season 7, she and Homer have barely any time together before Burns recognizes her. He sees her through a taxi window. He calls the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to run again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time in his life, this time with the full understanding of why she is leaving. He knows, in that moment, who drove her away. He knows that the man who forced his mother underground, the man who has been keeping her in exile for 27 years, is the same man who employs him, the same man whose name Homer could never seem to remember, the same man who is, by the most straightforward accounting, responsible for the fundamental brokenness of Homer's family across his entire life. And Homer does not connect the dots in any sustained, actionable way. He does not quit. He does not confront Burns. He does not become the person who would naturally emerge from this understanding, someone with a grievance and the evidence to justify it and the motive to act on it. He registers it and then it dissolves, the way everything in Springfield dissolves, the way every catastrophic revelation resets to something manageable by the next episode. The show presents this as tragedy, not as a comedic failure of Homer's intelligence, though that element is present. As genuine tragedy, Homer is too damaged to hold on to the architecture of his own suffering. The very cognitive impairment that makes him so useful to Burns, so manageable, so incapable of organized resistance, also makes him incapable of understanding the full structure of what has been done to him. Burns damaged Homer's capacity to comprehend the damage Burns has done. There is more. The show reveals in a later season that Burns and Homer's grandfather Abe struck a deal. Burns had committed a crime, and Abe had discovered it. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed that Homer would have a job at the plant for life. No matter how many errors Homer made, no matter how many times he should have been fired, he would be retained. 742 documented performance failures did not result in his termination because his employment was contractually protected. Homer's job security has never been about merit. It has never been about the show's need for Homer to remain employed, though that practical consideration exists. It has been about a deal struck in secret between his grandfather and the man who drove his mother underground, a deal that was never explained to Homer, because explaining it would require explaining everything else. Homer works for the man who destroyed his family. His job exists because of a deal his grandfather made with that same man. His mother spent her life in exile because of that man's grudge. His grandfather buried the truth of her survival because of that man's leverage. 3 generations of Simpsons, each one shaped and limited and damaged by the choices and power of a single billionaire who never had to face a meaningful consequence for any of it. And Homer, the person who carries all of this most directly, cannot hold the picture long enough to see it whole. Mona Simpson died in a later season. The episode that depicts her death is one of the show's quietest and most genuinely moving pieces of work. Homer sits beside her. He holds her hand. He watches his mother slip away for the last time, and the show does not soften this with a gag or a reset or an absurdist twist. It just lets it happen. A man and his mother and 27 stolen years pressing down on both of them in a quiet room. The show is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. But the Mona storyline sits at the heart of The Simpsons' deepest emotional layer, where the comedy becomes something else entirely. A story about a family that was systematically broken by one man's power and one town's inability or unwillingness to resist it. A story about what it costs to fight back and what it costs to comply, and what the difference looks like after a generation has passed. Mona fought back and lost everything. Abe made a deal and buried the truth. Homer inherited the consequences and spent his life trying to figure out why everything felt so heavy without ever having the cognitive resources to work it out. Burns won. Burns always wins in Springfield. Because in Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules. And the rules say Homer Simpson will work at the power plant until he dies. Because his grandfather made a deal. Because his mother made a choice. Because the richest man in town needed a broken man in Sector 7G. And Homer was broken before he ever clocked in. Section 8. The predictions. How Springfield knew the future. In the year 2000, an episode of The Simpsons depicted a future presidential administration led by Donald Trump, with Lisa Simpson as his successor in the Oval Office. 16 years later, Donald Trump was elected President of the United States. The internet had a collective moment of astonishment. Screenshots circulated, clips went viral. The question that appeared in millions of social media posts over the following weeks was some version of the same thing. How did they know? And this question, which sounds simple, opens into something much more interesting when you start pulling at it. The list of apparent predictions is long and varied enough that it has become part of the show's cultural identity in a way that exists largely separately from the show's actual content. You can encounter people who have not watched The Simpsons in 20 years who have nonetheless seen a Simpsons prediction meme within the past month. The phenomenon has its own life. The predictions that get cited most frequently include several major ones. A 1995 episode depicted a device worn on the wrist that functioned similarly to a modern smartwatch, years before wearable technology became commercially viable. A 1994 episode sent Homer to space with Buzz Aldrin in a commercial spacecraft decades before private space tourism became a reality that billionaires were competing to make happen. A 1998 episode contained a mathematical equation that Homer worked through on a chalkboard, and the values in that equation, when examined by mathematicians after the fact, appeared to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle, which physicists would not experimentally confirm until 2012. A 1993 episode called Marge in Chains depicted a flu virus originating in Asia that spreads to Springfield, causing mass panic, cleared out grocery store shelves, and a frantic community search for medical solutions. The episode aired 27 years before the COVID-19 pandemic, and during the chaos of Springfield's fictional outbreak, the townspeople accidentally released a swarm of killer bees. This felt improbable until 2020, when Asian giant hornets dubbed murder hornets by the media appeared in the United States during the actual pandemic year. A 1,998 episode depicted Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox as a joke about the direction of media consolidation. That acquisition happened in 2019. A 1,996 episode called Homerpalooza featured a joke about Cypress Hill accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra while under the influence. In 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall, 28 years after the joke aired. The list continues. Video calling depicted years before widespread adoption. Autocorrect failures shown long before smartphones. Surveillance culture as an everyday reality anticipated before most people had experienced it. The pattern is extensive enough and specific enough that even skeptical people find themselves pausing. The official explanation from the show's creators is clean and sensible. Al Jean, long-serving executive producer, has addressed the predictions directly. His answer is essentially, if you throw enough darts, some of them will hit the bullseye. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, satirical observations, and speculative extrapolations about American culture, technology, politics, and society. When you generate that volume of content over that span of time, statistical probability alone guarantees that some portion of it will align with future events. The question is not why some predictions came true. The question is why anyone is surprised by this. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show during some of its most celebrated seasons, put it even more bluntly. Most of what gets called a prediction is actually just history repeating itself. The episodes are old. The same kinds of things tend to happen again over time. What looks like prophecy is usually coincidence dressed up by the internet's appetite for pattern recognition. Fact-checking organizations have examined many of the most widely circulated prediction claims and found systematic debunking available. A significant portion of what gets called a prediction involves a much vaguer correspondence between the episode and real events than the viral versions suggest. Context gets stripped, timing gets manipulated. The specific details that seem so eerily accurate in the clip are frequently much less precise when you watch the full episode. But even granting all of this, some of the coincidences remain genuinely strange when you examine them closely. The Trump prediction did not merely guess that a celebrity might someday run for president. It specified Trump by name. It placed him as the president immediately preceding a progressive female politician. And the episode's depiction of Trump's arrival at the White House in the future included imagery of him descending from a golden escalator, a detail that mirrors with unusual precision the way Trump actually announced his 2016 campaign, descending from an escalator in Trump Tower. That level of specificity is harder to account for with pure statistical probability. The Siegfried and Roy reference did not simply joke that working with dangerous animals is dangerous. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers during a stage show. This is almost exactly what happened in 2003, when Roy Horn was critically injured by one of the act's white tigers during a live performance. Not just the tiger, not just the attack. The specific scenario of a white tiger attacking a performer mid-show. These are not vague trend extrapolations. They are specific details that correspond to specific future events, with a precision that probability alone struggles to explain. This is where the more interesting explanation enters. The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future, not through any supernatural mechanism, through cultural influence of a kind that has no real precedent in the history of television. The Simpsons has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its jokes have entered the cultural bloodstream so thoroughly that they have become part of the ambient background noise of how Americans understand their own culture. References from the show appear in academic papers, in political speeches, in everyday conversation. The show is so deeply embedded in the cultural fabric that it functions as a shared reference point for an enormous percentage of the population. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke is seen by tens of millions of people. It becomes a reference. It gets quoted. It gets shared. It circulates. It makes the idea of a Trump presidency feel culturally familiar, even inevitable, even before it happens. The joke does not predict a Trump presidency. The joke makes a Trump presidency feel like a punchline that has already been set up. When the punchline arrives, it does not feel like a shocking impossibility. It feels like the completion of something that was already in motion. This is a real and documented form of cultural influence. When a sufficiently prominent cultural artifact depicts something as plausible or probable or inevitable, it changes the way a large number of people relate to that possibility. It lowers the psychological resistance to the outcome. It makes the idea familiar before the reality arrives, which means when the reality arrives, it encounters much less cultural friction. The show did not predict Disney buying Fox. The show made media consolidation feel like the obvious endpoint of a trajectory it was already on. And when the acquisition happened, the cultural response was not shock but recognition. Of course they did. The Simpsons already told us this would happen. But The Simpsons telling us it would happen was part of how we prepared ourselves to receive it when it did. Springfield does not reflect America. America has been becoming Springfield for 36 years. The nuclear plant, the corrupt billionaire, the incompetent government, the population too distracted to understand what is being done to them, the endless cycle of disaster and reset. Springfield is not a warning about where America is headed. It is a diagnosis of where America already was when the show began. The show just wrote it down first. There is a final piece to the predictions phenomenon that is important to acknowledge because without it, the picture is incomplete. The Simpsons has also made thousands of predictions that did not come true. Jetpacks and moon colonies and technologies that were supposed to be every day by 2010 and are not. Political outcomes that went different directions. Cultural developments that were anticipated and never materialized. Economic arrangements that the show depicted as inevitable and that never arrived. These failed predictions vastly outnumber the successful ones. They exist in the same 800 episodes, generated by the same writers, using the same extrapolative logic. Nobody shares those clips. Nobody posts them on social media. Nobody builds theories around the predictions that missed. This is confirmation bias operating at cultural scale. We remember the hits and forget the misses. We notice the episodes that aligned with reality and forget the hundreds that did not. When you generate 800 episodes of satirical cultural observation and then filter them through a selection mechanism that preserves only the ones that happen to correspond to later events, the result is a highlight reel that looks like prophecy. The Simpsons is not prophetic. It is prolific, and it has been prolific for long enough. And its content has been curated by cultural memory with enough selectivity that the subset of its content that aligns with reality has accumulated into something that pattern-seeking humans experience as supernatural. And yet, even knowing this, even understanding the mechanism perfectly, the next time a clip surfaces showing The Simpsons depicting something that just happened in the actual world, the response is the same. The pause, the quiet moment of recognition, the slight irrational chill of feeling like something that should not be possible just happened. Because even a magic trick explained is still impressive to watch. Section 9. Springfield has no address. The geographic impossibility. Springfield is everywhere. It is on the coast, it is in the heartland, it borders Ohio, it borders Nevada, it borders Maine, it borders Kentucky. It has mountains within driving distance. It has ocean within driving distance. It has a desert and a forest and farmland. It has weather that ranges from blizzard conditions to tropical heat waves within the span of a single season. It has a harbor and a gorge and a tire fire that has been burning since before anyone can remember, and that no geographic or meteorological condition has ever extinguished. No real American town has these features. No single location in the United States is simultaneously accessible to Maine weather and Nevada desert and Kentucky hills and ocean coastline. The geography of Springfield is not an approximation of any real place. It is a deliberate impossibility, constructed from pieces of every American landscape the show's creators have ever wanted to use, assembled without regard for the actual geography of the country it supposedly exists within. This was always intentional. Matt Groening, the show's creator, chose the name Springfield because it is one of the most common city names in America. There are Springfields in dozens of states. By naming the town something that belongs everywhere, he ensured that no one could definitively claim it for any particular place. Springfield is every American town. Springfield is no American town. Springfield is wherever the story needs it to be. Groening addressed the location question directly in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He said he named the town after Springfield, Oregon, where he grew up. He confirmed that Oregon was the inspiration. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery appeared to be solved. And then the show kept running, with subsequent episodes placing Springfield in geographic contexts that are inconsistent with Oregon, and the writers continued embedding contradictory location clues, and the mystery reconstituted itself as if Groening had never spoken. The revelation was honored by no one. Not the writing staff, not the production, not the show itself in any structural way. The mystery was solved and immediately unsolved, because the mystery is more useful than any answer. Lisa's area code has appeared on screen as one from Missouri. A state abbreviation shown in one episode is NT, which does not correspond to any real state in the Union. When Homer calls the state capital in one episode, the person who answers identifies the state as one that begins with a vowel, a clue that narrows the field while still leaving dozens of possibilities. The show gives you crumbs and snatches them back, episode by episode, clue by clue, for 36 years. The mockumentary episode Behind the Laughter, which aired in the 12th season, finally committed to a location. In the original broadcast, the Simpson family was identified as being from northern Kentucky, but in syndicated reruns, the location was changed to a different state entirely. The same episode, the same show, giving different answers depending on when and where you watch it. Even when Springfield has a definitive location, that location is not definitive. The answer changes based on the platform. The truth is not consistent. In Springfield, the truth is never fully consistent. Apply the radiation theory to the geographic impossibility and something interesting happens. If the contamination from the power plant has been distorting biology in Springfield for decades, creating mutations that should not exist in normal populations, why should the distortion be limited to biology? Radiation affects matter at the subatomic level. The effects of extreme contamination extend beyond living organisms to the physical environment. If the power plant has been leaking sufficient radioactive material into Springfield's environment for long enough, and the evidence strongly suggests it has, the distortion might extend to geography. Springfield has both mountains and ocean because the contamination does not just affect the people and animals who live in it. The contamination affects the space itself. Geographic features that should be hundreds of miles apart have been compressed into proximity by whatever is happening around that cracked reactor. The town is not just a biological anomaly, it is a spatial anomaly. Springfield exists in a pocket of warped reality where the normal rules of physical geography apply no more reliably than the normal rules of biological development. This sounds like science fiction, but so does a population where everyone has 4 fingers and yellow skin and the ability to survive events that would kill anyone else. If you have already accepted that Springfield's biology operates by different rules, the geography playing by different rules is not a significant additional leap. The coma theory offers a different and perhaps more intuitive explanation. Homer's unconscious mind does not have a precise internal map of the United States. It has impressions, fragments, the feeling of a place rather than the cartographic specifics of it. Mountains from a vacation somewhere, ocean from a trip to the coast, desert from driving through something that looked like that, farmland from the view out of a car window somewhere in the middle of the country. Homer's dreaming brain assembled Springfield from every American landscape he ever encountered, layering them on top of each other without worrying about whether they are supposed to be in the same place. Because dreams do not operate through geographic logic. Dreams operate through emotional logic. The ocean is there because the ocean is something Homer associates with a particular feeling, probably something to do with freedom or bigness, or the sense that there is more world than he can see from where he is standing. The mountains are there because mountains mean something to him. The desert is there for its own reasons. Springfield's geography is the geography of Homer's memory of America, which is scattered and incomplete and held together by feeling rather than fact. The town is in the right place emotionally, even when it makes no sense spatially. But there is a third reading that deserves attention, and it may be the most grounded and the most troubling. Springfield has no fixed location because a fixed location would mean fixed regulatory oversight. A nuclear power plant with 342 safety violations exists in a state. That state has an EPA office. It has an attorney general. It has regulatory agencies with jurisdiction over industrial facilities of exactly the type Burns owns. A fixed Springfield means those agencies know where to send the investigators. A fixed Springfield means the jurisdiction is clear and the accountability is possible and the violations can be cataloged and addressed and remediated. A Springfield that perpetually floats between state lines has no consistent regulatory jurisdiction. When Ohio thinks it is in Nevada, and Nevada thinks it is in Maine, and Maine thinks it is in Kentucky, the investigation never arrives because no one is certain whose job it is to conduct it. Burns has not just evaded accountability through corruption and influence, he has evaded it through geography. The most powerful environmental protection is not having a fixed address. The three-eyed fish is in the river. The cracked cooling towers are leaking into the water supply. The contamination is real and ongoing and documented in every episode of the show. And the facility responsible for it cannot be formally investigated because no one can definitively establish which state's laws apply to it. Springfield floats because landing would mean accountability. And accountability is the one thing that Springfield's most powerful resident has never been required to face. Section 10. The Principal Who Wasn't Springfield's Social Contract. Season 9, Episode 2. The Principal and the Pauper. The 28th of September, 1997. The most hated episode in The Simpsons history, according to a significant portion of its fan base. Also, in a very specific sense, the most honest episode the show has ever produced. Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary holds a ceremony honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. During the event, a stranger arrives. A man no one recognizes. He identifies himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war and presumed dead. He survived captivity. He escaped. He came home, and he discovered that someone else had been living his life. The man Springfield has known as Principal Skinner for 20 years is revealed to be an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, he was a street-level delinquent, a kid from the wrong side of everywhere, drafted into the military and assigned to the same unit as the real Skinner. When the real Skinner was captured and presumed killed, Tamzarian felt responsible. He came to Springfield to tell Agnes Skinner that her son was dead. Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted or needed by anyone, who had never had a family or a name worth keeping, simply went along with it. He became Seymour Skinner. He wore the identity for 20 years, and he wore it well enough that an entire community accepted him as what he said he was, until the real Skinner walked in. The town meeting that follows is the part of this episode that fans could not forgive and that, looked at carefully, says something true about Springfield that nothing else in the show's history says quite so directly. The real Seymour Skinner is present. Tamzarian is present. The truth is fully exposed. Every person in Springfield knows that their principal has been living inside a stolen identity for 2 decades. They know it. They have been told it. The evidence is standing in front of them. And the town votes not on how to address this. They vote on whether to acknowledge it. The verdict is unanimous. They choose the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree that the imposter is the real Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the veteran, the prisoner of war, the man whose life was taken and whose identity was inhabited by someone else for 20 years, is put on a train and expelled from Springfield. And the judge makes it explicitly illegal to ever mention the truth again, under penalty of torture. This is the moment fans cite when they say the show lost its integrity, that it stopped caring about its characters and their histories, that it betrayed the investment the audience had made in Skinner as a person, retroactively making everything about him fictional, a performance, a mask over an imposter. But here is what that criticism misses. The episode is completely honest about what Springfield has always been. It is not a corruption of the show's logic. It is the show's logic made visible. Springfield has always operated this way. Springfield has always chosen comfortable fictions over uncomfortable truths. Springfield has always found mechanisms to forget whatever would require a difficult reckoning. The difference with this episode is that it showed you the mechanism in action. It showed you the vote. It showed you the legal decree, it showed you the actual process by which Springfield decides what reality is. Every other time the town forgets a catastrophe or ignores a contradiction, it happens off-screen, between episodes, in the unobserved space where narrative resets take place. The Principal and the Pauper is the one time the show let you watch it happen in real time. Consider how many times Springfield has experienced events that should permanently alter the town's reality. The town has been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times across the show's run. It has been sealed under a government-mandated glass dome. It has survived nuclear near misses. It has been invaded, flooded, set on fire, swept by plague. The sun has been blocked out over it by a mechanical disc operated by a billionaire. It has been host to alien encounters and government conspiracies, and a man who is believed to be the last honest person in America. Every single time. By the next episode, everything is back to normal. The slate is clean, the disaster is forgotten. The catastrophic change is not referenced. Characters who experienced world-altering events in one episode appear in the next, with no apparent memory of those events having occurred. This is often discussed as a feature of episodic television storytelling, particularly in older formats. Each episode is largely self-contained. Consequences do not carry forward because carrying them forward would limit the show's flexibility. This is true as a production explanation, but The Principal and the Pauper offers a different explanation that lives inside the show's own universe rather than outside it. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset. Collectively. Deliberately. Through an unspoken social contract that operates something like the one the episode made visible, we will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of reality. We will treat the lie as the truth and the truth as a threat. We will expel anyone who insists on the truth with enough force to disturb the equilibrium. This is not a cartoon convention. This is a documented human social mechanism. Small communities have extraordinary capacity for collective denial. Scandals get absorbed and buried. Crimes get reframed as misunderstandings. Uncomfortable facts get quietly revised until the official version is the only version anyone remembers. This happens in families, in towns, in corporations, in governments. The mechanism is always the same. The community decides that maintaining cohesion is more important than maintaining accuracy, and it enforces that decision with the tools available to it, which range from social pressure and ostracism to, in Springfield's case, a legal decree backed by the threat of torture. Springfield does not forget its catastrophes because its residents are individually stupid, though the radiation theory has made a compelling case that their cognitive function is compromised. Springfield forgets because forgetting is a community decision. Because the community has looked at what remembering would require, what it would mean to look clearly at the power plant and the contamination, and the billionaire who has been running the town for over a century, and has decided that the cost of clarity is too high. If they remember the dome, they have to acknowledge the pollution. If they acknowledge the pollution, they have to confront the plant. If they confront the plant, they are challenging Burns. If they challenge Burns, the economy that supports everyone in town comes under threat, so they forget. They vote to forget. And anyone who remembers too much, anyone who insists on the inconvenient truth, gets handled the way the real Seymour Skinner was handled. Tied to a train, put on it, expelled from the community. The real Seymour Skinner is the episode's central tragedy. He came home from captivity. He survived things that would have broken most people. He came back to a town expecting to reclaim his life, only to find it occupied by someone else, and then to find that the town preferred the occupant to him. He is Springfield's canary in the coal mine. The man who showed up with proof that the official narrative was a lie, who represented the uncomfortable truth that everything the town had accepted and organized its life around was constructed on a false foundation. And the town's response was not to examine the foundation. The response was to remove the person who made the examination necessary. That is not a comedy beat. That is a description of how institutions protect themselves from accountability. The show knows this. The episode ends with a direct acknowledgement of what has happened. Tamzarian is still Skinner. The real Skinner is gone. The lie is now the law. And Springfield goes back to its routines, back to its comfortable patterns, back to the agreed-upon version of reality, with one more uncomfortable truth successfully buried. Everything is fine in Springfield. It always is. If the coma theory is true, this episode takes on a dimension that is almost too dark to sit with comfortably. If everything since April 1993 is Homer's dream, then Homer's unconscious mind invented a scenario in which an entire community votes to sustain a lie. A scenario in which a stolen identity can be made legitimate through collective agreement. A scenario in which the fake version of a person can become, through community consensus, the real version. Homer's dream needed this to be possible. If the coma theory is true, Homer's dream is itself a stolen identity. It is a fake life masquerading as the real one. A simulation where his children are preserved at the ages they were when the vending machine fell, where his wife is still there, where Evergreen Terrace still looks the way it did before consciousness ended. If stolen identities can become real through community agreement, then Homer's dream is real as long as no one challenges it. The town of Springfield, voting unanimously to maintain Tamzarian as Skinner, is Homer's unconscious mind voting to maintain the dream as reality. Expelling the real Skinner is Homer's brain, expelling the part of himself that knows the dream is a dream. As long as the expulsion holds, as long as the real stays on the train, the dream continues. And Homer never has to wake up. Section 11. The margins of Springfield characters the show has quietly destroyed. Springfield is a deep town. It has a population that extends far beyond the Simpson family and their immediate circle, populated with recurring characters who have their own histories and their own sorrows, and their own strange relationships with the town's particular combination of warmth and cruelty. Some of these characters have become iconic in their own right. Some appear in the background of dozens of episodes without ever becoming the focus of the story. Some of them have been the subjects of the show's most quietly devastating moments, their particular kinds of damage expressed in brief flashes that land harder for being brief. Tonight we are going to spend some time with a few of them, not rushing, not trying to extract all their significance at once, just sitting with them the way you would sit with someone you have seen many times and never quite gotten to know. Hans Moleman has died dozens of times, not in dream sequences, not in the show's annual Halloween episodes, which exist outside the main canon and operate by their own surreal rules, in regular canonical episodes. Hans Moleman, the tiny, nearly blind, perennially unfortunate man who shuffles through Springfield's backgrounds, dies and returns and dies again in an endless cycle that the show treats as background noise. He has been hit by cars, crushed by falling objects, buried alive, eaten by animals, struck by lightning, incinerated. He has been involved in accidents of every conceivable variety. He walks into traffic and disappears under wheels. He falls into open graves. He encounters machinery in exactly the wrong way at exactly the wrong moment, with the regularity of someone who exists in a universe specifically hostile to his continued presence. And then he appears in the next episode completely intact. No explanation, no resurrection scene, no acknowledgement of his previous departure from the living. He simply is again ready to be harmed again, the show's most reliable expression of a universe that is fundamentally indifferent to suffering. Most audiences accept this as a running gag. Moleman dies a lot. The pattern recurs. Don't examine it. But within the framework of the theories we have been exploring, Hans Moleman's endless deaths are deeply strange. Moleman once gave his age as 31 years old. 31. Look at him. He appears to be in his 80s or 90s at minimum. His face is deeply creased. His posture is stooped. He squints against the light as though it has been hurting him for a very long time. He has the presentation of a man at the extreme end of a long life. If he is 31, something has aged him catastrophically. Something took a man at the midpoint of what should be a normal lifespan and transformed him into what he looks like now. Something that did not kill him but changed him so dramatically that he is essentially unrecognizable as someone who is 31 years old. The radiation theory has an answer for this. Extended proximity to severe radiation contamination can cause accelerated cellular aging. The effects of radiation on biological systems include disruption of cellular repair mechanisms, premature shortening of telomeres, and changes to the processes that regulate biological aging. If Moleman has been exposed to whatever the power plant has been releasing into Springfield's environment from a sufficiently early age or with sufficient intensity, the result could be exactly what we see. A 31-year-old man who looks like he has been alive for 60 years longer than he has. But the same exposure, the theory further suggests, may also have done something to his cellular architecture that makes death as conventionally understood not quite apply to him. He dies repeatedly. His body ceases to function, and then, through some biological mechanism that the show has never explained, he comes back. Not healed from injuries, not recovering from near death, actually dead, and then not dead, cycling through fatal events with the persistence of something that cannot quite be finished. What the radiation theory proposes is that Molman represents the most extreme case of biological alteration in Springfield. Not the heightened resilience of Homer, who can survive enormous trauma, something more radical, a biological architecture so fundamentally disrupted that death itself has become reversible, a temporary state rather than a permanent one, a condition that his altered cells can apparently recover from given enough time and whatever the contamination has done to his regenerative capacity. He is Springfield's most visible demonstration of what happens when biology is altered far enough from its normal state that the normal rules stop applying. The coma theory reads Molman differently. In Homer's dream, Molman is a background process, a minor character, a supporting figure whose purpose is to populate scenes and occasionally contribute to the comedy of a specific moment. Homer's unconscious mind does not invest in Molman the way it invests in Marge or Bart or Lisa. Molman is furniture in the dream, background detail, set dressing, and furniture breaks. When a dream brain needs a visual gag, when the unconscious requires something to happen in the margins while the main action unfolds, Molman becomes available for whatever the moment needs. He falls, he gets hit, he ceases to function as a character for the purposes of that particular scene. Then the next scene needs him. The dream brain reassembles him. He is back, not because he survived, not because he regenerated, because Homer's unconscious mind needed him for the next scene and had no conceptual framework for his permanent absence. Molman does not die in the coma dream. He lapses. He gets momentarily discarded and then recalled, because the dream is not finished with him. He is not a person in this reading. He is a component, a piece of the dream's infrastructure that Homer's brain keeps using and occasionally breaking and then fixing, because it has no other way to provide that particular kind of content. The collective denial theory offers yet another reading. Molman dies in public, repeatedly, visibly, and Springfield does not investigate, does not ask questions, does not express concern that the same person keeps dying in the streets and showing up again the following week. The town has normalized his deaths the way it has normalized everything else that should require examination. A man dying and returning is filed alongside the three-eyed fish and the glowing employer and the baby who shot the billionaire. The category of things Springfield has decided not to look at directly. Ned Flanders is the character the show has most quietly and most completely destroyed. The surface reading of Ned is comfortable. He is Homer's neighbor. He is kind, generous, devoutly religious, physically fit, financially responsible, a good father to his boys, a good friend to the community. He lends Homer tools that Homer inevitably destroys. He extends grace to people who do not deserve it. He turns the other cheek so consistently that the other cheek has become his defining characteristic. He is by every external measure a better person than Homer, a better father, a better neighbor, a better citizen. He does everything that self-help books and religious guidance and community standards say a person should do. He is the aspirational figure in Springfield, the person who represents what it looks like when someone tries to be good and actually succeeds, and Springfield destroys him for it. Ned's wife Maud was killed by a t-shirt cannon at a NASCAR race. The circumstances of her death were directly connected to Homer's behavior, specifically Homer's attempt to catch multiple t-shirts that were being launched into the crowd, causing them to arc away from him and strike Maud with enough force to send her falling from the bleachers. She died because Homer was selfish in a small, thoughtless way, the kind of small, thoughtless selfishness that characterizes Homer's relationship with the world around him. Ned forgave him, because that is what Ned does. He forgave the man whose behavior directly caused his wife's death, because his faith requires forgiveness and because his character is built on the practice of extending grace to people who have injured him. The house he built with extraordinary care that he was deeply proud of was destroyed by a hurricane. The community rebuilt it. They rebuilt it so poorly, so carelessly, that it collapsed immediately. The structure that was supposed to represent community solidarity and neighborly care fell into rubble almost as soon as it was finished, because the people who built it were not taking it seriously, were treating it as a social obligation rather than a genuine act of care. Ned saw his carefully built home destroyed by carelessness and then rebuilt into rubble, and he snapped. The breakdown episode reveals something that reframes everything about Ned. His relentless niceness is not a natural disposition. It is the product of childhood behavioral modification conducted by a psychiatrist who spent years conditioning the aggression out of a child who had been chronically underdisciplined by parents who did not believe in structure or boundaries. The anger that Ned expresses during his breakdown, the rage at Homer, at Springfield, at the unfairness of a life spent doing everything right for no return, is not an anomaly. It is what has always been underneath the kindness. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. The niceness is a cage built around that child. The forgiveness is a programmed response, not a chosen one. The faith is a framework constructed to explain why a man who does everything right keeps suffering, because without that framework, the suffering would have no acceptable meaning. The show institutionalizes Ned. Literally, he is committed to a mental health facility after the breakdown. And while there, the psychiatrist who examines him discovers that the cure for his condition, the thing that finally releases the suppressed rage and lets him function without the cage, is the recognition of Homer's failures. Homer being explicitly, undeniably, demonstrably the cause of Ned's suffering is what frees Ned from the cage. And then Ned goes home, back to Evergreen Terrace, back to the house next door to Homer, back to the dynamic that has always defined him. The man who does everything right next to the man who does everything wrong, separated by a fence, bound by proximity. The darkest thing the show has ever quietly said about Ned is this: God talks to Homer. The show has made this explicit on multiple occasions, across multiple episodes. Homer has had direct conversations with the divine. God has appeared to Homer in dreams and visions, and once as a tangible presence that Homer interacted with directly. God told Homer that he would eventually learn the meaning of life. God has engaged with Homer's particular, casual, selectively applied faith with a warmth and directness that the show depicts as genuine divine attention. God has never spoken to Ned. Ned, who attends services every week without fail. Ned, who has organized his entire life around his faith, who has built his understanding of meaning and suffering and purpose around his relationship with a God he believes in completely and unconditionally. Ned, who maintained his faith through the death of his wife, through the destruction of his home, through the psychological breakdown that revealed the extent of his suffering. Ned, who has never stopped listening for an answer. The answer has not come. The drunk who falls asleep in church gets divine conversation. The man who has dedicated his life to faith gets silence. This is not presented as a theological argument. The show is not making a statement about the validity of religious practice, but within the universe it has constructed, in which God exists and speaks to people, and Homer is among those spoken to. The silence aimed at Ned is a statement of a kind. Goodness is not rewarded in Springfield. Compliance is. And Ned is the most compliant person in the town, compliant in the deepest sense. His compliance was installed in him before he was old enough to choose it, conditioned into him by a doctor, and enforced by a faith that tells him his suffering has meaning even when the evidence suggests it does not. Ned is what happens when you do everything right in a system designed to reward something else. He lives next door to the clearest demonstration of what the system actually rewards. Homer stumbling through a life of small failures and selfish moments and genuine love for his family, surviving everything, getting away with everything, loved by the universe in the casual way that some people are simply loved without earning it. Homer and Ned have been next door to each other for 36 years. The gap between them, the gap between the man who tries and the man who does not, has never closed. It will not close. The system is not designed to close it. It is designed to keep Ned at the church, and Homer at the plant, and Burns at the top, and Molman briefly in the ground before he comes back up. Everyone in their place, forever. Amen. Section 12. The loop closes everything that was always there. We have been in Springfield for a long time tonight. We have walked through the plant and understood what it has been doing to the water. We have sat with the question of whether Homer is dreaming and found that the question is harder to dismiss than it appears. We have reopened the Burns shooting and found that the case the show closed was never actually solved. We have traced the mechanism that keeps Burns alive through over a century of improbable existence. We have listened to Maggie's silence and understood that it is not absence but strategy. We have followed the thread from Mona Simpson's 1969 activism through a biological weapons lab, through a grudge that lasted decades and broke a family across 3 generations. We have counted the predictions and understood both why they exist and why some of them remain genuinely strange. We have searched for Springfield on the map and found it floating between states with no fixed address and understood why that floating is not an accident. We have watched a town vote to make truth illegal and recognized that this is not a betrayal of Springfield's logic but an expression of it. We have spent time with the broken and the invisible, with Molman's impossible deaths and Ned's engineered kindness, and the gap between trying and being rewarded that has never closed on Evergreen Terrace. All of these threads run through the same town. They are all descriptions of the same place from different angles. What is Springfield? There is the official answer, which is that Springfield is a fictional American town, the setting for a long-running animated television comedy, designed to be universal and familiar and slightly exaggerated, named after the most common city name in America precisely so that it belongs to everyone and no one. This is accurate. It is also incomplete. Springfield is the town you cannot leave. Every character in it is stuck. Not in the sense that they are unhappy, though many of them are, in the sense that the structure of their existence does not permit change. Homer will always be Homer. Marge will always be Marge. Bart will always be 10. Lisa will always be 8. Maggie will always be watching from her high chair. The dynamic that was established in 1989 will be maintained in 2025 and probably in 2035 if the show continues, which it shows no signs of not doing. There is something beautiful about this, and something terrible, and the show has always held both of these qualities simultaneously without resolving the tension between them. The beauty is the permanence of what is good. Homer's love for his family is permanent. Marge's patience is permanent. Bart's essential loyalty underneath all the chaos is permanent. Lisa's commitment to her principles is permanent. Maggie's watchful, unconditional presence is permanent. These are qualities worth preserving. These are the things that make Springfield worth returning to week after week for 36 years. The love at the center of the show is genuine, and it never diminishes. The terrible part is that the love is frozen alongside everything else. The family cannot grow. The children cannot become adults. The parents cannot age into wisdom. The relationships cannot deepen through the experiences that time provides. Everything that makes Springfield warm is locked in place alongside everything that makes it strange and damaged and unable to face itself. The theories we have explored tonight are all, at their core, asking the same question from different angles. Why does nothing change in Springfield? The radiation theory says, because the contamination has altered the biology of everyone in the town in ways that make the normal processes of change and aging stop working correctly. The coma theory says, because a man went unconscious in April 1993 and his dreaming brain is not capable of imagining change, only repetition, only the same family in the same house on the same evening, preserved at the moment he last saw them. The collective denial theory says, because the community has decided, through democratic process and legal enforcement, that change is dangerous, and that the stable lie is preferable to the unstable truth. The Burns immortality theory says, because at least one person in Springfield has found a way to opt out of time through the application of sufficient wealth, and the system he has built to sustain himself is also the system that sustains everything else, meaning the entire town is, in a sense, on Burns's treatment schedule. And the predictions theory says, because Springfield is not behind America. Springfield is America, and America is Springfield, and the loop between them is so tight and has been running for so long that neither one can change without the other changing first, and neither one seems quite ready to go first. All of these answers are different. All of them arrive at the same Springfield, the same impossible town, the same family in amber. The floating timeline is the show's deepest statement. Not its funniest, not its most satirically sharp, not its most emotionally affecting in any individual moment, but its deepest, because it is the thing that is true about the show at every level simultaneously. The timeline floats because animated shows need it to float. This is the practical explanation, and it is completely accurate. The timeline floats because Homer's comatose brain cannot advance time in the dream without losing the family it is trying to hold on to. This is the emotional explanation, and it is devastating. The timeline floats because the contamination has disrupted the biological mechanisms through which living things experience time's passage. This is the biological explanation, and it follows logically from everything else the show has established. The timeline floats because the community has voted, repeatedly and structurally, to not acknowledge the things that would force change. This is the sociological explanation, and it is the most real. The timeline floats because we will not let it land. This is the truest explanation of all. We, the audience, are the ones who keep Springfield frozen. We are the ones who tune in every week to confirm that Bart is still 10, and Homer is still clumsy, and the family is still together, and the house still looks the same. We have been pressing the pause button since 1989. We have been the ones demanding the permanence. We have been, in the deepest sense, the mechanism. Springfield is frozen because we need it to be. Why do we need it? This is the question the show has been building to for 36 years. The question underneath all the other questions. The one that the theories circle around without quite landing on. Maybe because we are older now. And letting the Simpsons age means admitting we have aged. Letting Bart turn 11 means admitting that the child who watched him be 10 is no longer that child. Letting Lisa graduate means acknowledging that the years have passed, that the world has changed, that the couch where we watch the opening credits for the first time is in someone else's house now, or in a landfill somewhere, or just gone. Maybe because the version of America that Springfield represents, the anxious, funny, resilient, dysfunctional, genuinely loving version of the lower middle-class American family, is something that feels increasingly fragile in the real world. The nuclear family in the nuclear town, with the nuclear plant on the hill, the couch, the television, the backyard, the neighborhood. The idea that everything will be fine by the end of the episode. Springfield maintains a version of that world in perfect suspension. Every Sunday night, the world resets. Homer falls and gets back up. The family comes back together. Whatever went wrong is resolved, or at least set aside. The loop closes and opens again, and there is always another episode. Another Sunday, another chance. We keep watching because we are the ones who built the loop. We are the ones who cannot let go of it. And the show, which has been running for 36 years on the fuel of our attachment, has become a kind of mirror for that attachment. A reflection of what we need to be true, held up every week, confirming itself. But here's what I want to leave you with. As the night goes on and the hour gets later, and Springfield settles around you like something familiar and safe, all of the darkness in everything we have explored tonight, the contamination and the coma and the conspiracy and the frozen time and the social contract built on denial, all of it exists alongside the genuine warmth at the center of the show. These two things are not in contradiction. They are both true simultaneously, the way many true things are true simultaneously in the lives of actual families. The Simpsons is a show about a family that loves each other in the particular, imperfect, often accidental way that real families love each other. Homer's love for his family is genuine. It is the most genuine thing in Springfield. More genuine than the safety record of the power plant, more genuine than the official story of who shot Mr. Burns, more genuine than the legal decree about who Skinner really is. Homer loves Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie with everything that is still working in his damaged, crayon-addled, radiation-soaked mind. And that love is the thing the show keeps returning to, episode after episode, season after season, through all the absurdity and darkness and conspiracy and impossible biology. The darkness does not cancel the love. The darkness explains why the love matters so much. When you live in a contamination zone, when your memories are being quietly revised around you, when the richest man in town owns the water and the power and the political apparatus and has spent decades making sure you cannot think clearly enough to challenge him, when the social contract demands that you forget and reset and pretend, when time itself is frozen and you cannot grow, when you are one of many small people in a town designed to keep you small, love becomes the one thing that is genuinely yours, the one thing the system cannot take. Homer loves his family in the middle of all of it, in spite of all of it, through all 36 years of it. And maybe that is why we watch. Not just to confirm that the world is still as we left it, though that is part of it, but because Homer's love for his family, played out in an infinite loop in an impossible town, is an image of something we recognize from our own lives, something about the stubbornness of love in the face of everything that makes love difficult. Bart is still 10. Lisa is still 8. Maggie is still watching from her high chair with those enormous, patient eyes. Marge is still there, patient and warm and quietly exhausted, and still choosing this family every single time. Homer is still stumbling home at the end of the day, falling through the door, landing on the couch, reaching for his family with whatever is left of him after the day at the plant, and the year in Springfield, and the 36 years in the loop. It is enough. In Springfield, it is always enough. The beer is cold, the couch is there, the family is home. And somewhere in a hospital bed, or somewhere in the contaminated air of a town that cannot be found on any map, or somewhere in the mind of a man who cannot quite figure out why his fish have 3 eyes, something keeps dreaming the same dream: the family, the house, the Sunday night, the loop. Not yet. One more evening on Evergreen Terrace. Not yet. Section 13. The deep history of Springfield, what came before the show. There is a version of Springfield that existed before the Simpsons moved in, before Homer was born, before the power plant was built, before any of the things we have been exploring tonight took their current shape. And the show has, in glimpses and fragments across its long run, given us enough pieces to reconstruct something of what that earlier Springfield looked like, and why it matters to understanding what the town has become. Burns's memories extend back past the show's visible horizon. He has referenced the Spanish-American War as a lived experience. He has described the Gilded Age, the period of American industrial consolidation in the late 19th century, not as history but as personal context. He has spoken of knowing people who died before the parents of the show's main characters were born. Before Burns built the nuclear plant, there was something else in Springfield. The town had an economy before nuclear power. It had a history. And the way that history shaped the community the show depicts is embedded in the background details if you look carefully. Springfield has the infrastructure of a once larger industrial town. The architecture includes buildings that suggest a more prosperous past, civic structures that speak to a time when the town had more tax revenue and more municipal ambition. The grandeur of certain buildings does not match the current economic level of the town, which speaks to a period of relative prosperity that predates the current configuration. Burns came to Springfield and built the plant because Springfield was available. A town with existing infrastructure, an established population, a location that offered whatever geographic and regulatory advantages the site provided, and no existing power structure capable of resisting the arrival of significant capital. He did not create Springfield. He captured it. The history of company towns in America is long and well documented. From the coal towns of Appalachia to the mill towns of New England to the steel towns of the Midwest, the pattern repeats with variations. An industry arrives. It provides employment. It builds infrastructure, sometimes housing, sometimes schools, sometimes churches. The town becomes dependent. The industry consolidates its control. The dependency deepens. And when the industry eventually changes or declines or is replaced, the town is left with infrastructure built for a relationship that no longer exists, housing that cannot be repurposed, a population trained for work that is no longer available. Springfield has not reached the decline phase because Burns has not allowed the plant to fail. His own survival depends on it. But the structure of the dependency is classic. The town needs the plant. The plant is Burns. Burns needs the town to stay dependent. The arrangement sustains itself because every party in it needs the others to maintain their role. The population of Springfield before Burns would have had a different relationship to their own agency. They would have had more options. The diversified economy of a pre-industrial or early industrial town distributes power differently than a company town. When no single employer controls everything, no single employer can manage everything. Burns changed that. And once he had changed it, the change was irreversible through any mechanism available to the town's residents. You cannot challenge the person who controls your power and your income and your healthcare infrastructure and your political apparatus when your ability to understand what is happening to you has been compromised by the things you would need to challenge to understand them. Springfield's children are the most important part of this history, and they are the part that the contamination theory finds most disturbing. Bart and Lisa and Maggie were all born in Springfield after both their parents had already been living in the town, drinking its water and breathing its air for years. They were born into a contaminated environment. They were born to parents who were already affected. The mutations, the four fingers, the yellow skin, the specific constellation of physical characteristics that distinguish Springfield's residents from the outside world, all of this was present in their parents before they were conceived. This means the contamination operates intergenerationally. It is not just what the plant is doing to the current residents. It is what the plant has already done to the residents who are now the parents of the current residents, whose biological legacy carries the contamination forward into the next generation without any additional exposure required. Maggie's extraordinary intelligence, under the radiation theory, is not just a product of her own exposure. It is a product of the accumulated mutations of 2 generations before her, expressing themselves in a new configuration in a new child, who received the environmental influence from the very beginning of her biological development. The same logic applies to whatever is different about Bart. His specific kind of chaos, his immunity to consequence, his ability to generate maximum disruption from minimum effort, has a biological correlate in the show's universe. Something in Bart's system is tuned to a frequency that makes normal deterrence ineffective. Punishment does not reshape him. Consequences do not stick. He cycles through situations that would permanently alter most children and emerges largely unchanged on the other side. This is either Springfield's most optimistic statement about human resilience or a description of something physiologically unusual about the way his nervous system processes consequences. Lisa's intelligence, like Maggie's, may be an expression of what the mutation produces in a person whose biology responds to the contamination through amplification rather than reduction. Lisa and Maggie represent the intelligent end of a spectrum that has Homer at the diminished end. Same town, same family, same contaminated environment, but the expression of the mutation differs by person and perhaps by timing of exposure. 3 children from the same family, all living in the same contaminated town, all expressing different aspects of what that contamination produces when it encounters different biological arrangements. A study in mutation conducted across a generation, with Burns as the researcher who never had to worry about IRB approval because no one in Springfield was capable of organizing a review board. The timeline of Springfield's deterioration is worth tracing. Burns built the plant, let us say, somewhere in the mid-20th century. Early episodes and various backstory fragments are not perfectly consistent on the timing, but the general trajectory is clear. The plant was operating by the time Homer was growing up. The first generation of residents who spent their entire lives downstream of the plant's operations would have been Homer's generation, possibly the generation before. Grandpa Simpson grew up in a different Springfield, a pre-plant Springfield, a town that was already under Burns's economic influence but not yet under the influence of the radiation. Grandpa Simpson is cognitively unusual in his own ways, but the specific combination of impairments that defines Homer's generation does not appear quite as clearly in Abe. Abe is difficult, stubborn, prone to rambling, occasionally delusional in the specific way that old age and isolation can produce, but he is not cognitively impaired in the way Homer is. He holds grudges. He maintains commitments, for better and worse. He made the deal with Burns and has kept it for decades. This requires a kind of sustained intention that Homer demonstrably cannot sustain. The contamination deepened over generations. The plant got older and less maintained. The violations accumulated. The dumping intensified as oversight declined. Each successive generation of Springfield's residents received a more contaminated environment than the one before, and expressed correspondingly more significant mutations. Homer's children are more thoroughly different from any human baseline than Homer is. Homer's children were born into an environment that had already been saturated for a generation. They received everything their parents had absorbed, plus everything they absorbed directly. The biological accumulation moves in one direction. Outside Springfield, the world continued. This is the detail that the geographic mystery points toward. Springfield is a pocket, a contained zone. Its contamination does not spread beyond its borders, at least not in the quantities that would be required to replicate its effects in the surrounding world. The three-eyed fish lives in the river near Springfield and is national news within the show because it is anomalous, Because the rest of the country's rivers do not produce three-eyed fish in the way Springfield's do. The outside world is normal, or at least normal by comparison. The characters who arrive in Springfield from outside look different because they are different. They have not been shaped by the same accumulated exposure. They have 5 fingers. Their skin is whatever color their background implies. Their eyes are scaled appropriately to their faces. They are, in the most literal sense, from a different world. And they always leave. No one who comes to Springfield from outside stays permanently. The celebrities visit and depart. The FBI agents investigate and return to Washington. The German investors who briefly purchased the plant assessed the remediation costs and went home. The real Seymour Skinner came back from captivity and was expelled on a train. The people who stay in Springfield are the ones who were already changed, or the ones who stayed long enough to start changing. And once you have been in Springfield long enough, the show suggests, leaving is not entirely about geography. The world outside does not look quite right anymore. The normals look strange. Their proportions seem wrong. Their behavior makes no sense. The reality they operate in, with its functional regulatory agencies and its non-glowing billionaires, and its fish with the conventional number of eyes, feels alien rather than familiar. Springfield is home. You are shaped to fit it. It is shaped to fit you. The loop is closed before you realize it was open. Section 14. What we talk about when we talk about Homer. Homer Simpson is the center of everything. Not because he is the most interesting character, though he has his extraordinary moments. Not because he is the wisest or the bravest or the most admirable, because he is emphatically none of those things most of the time, but because everything that is true about Springfield is expressed through Homer first. The contamination expresses through him. The coma is his dream. The mystery of Burns's longevity is answered partly by the relationship between Burns and Homer. The tragedy of Mona's exile is measured in what it cost Homer. The social contract of denial is demonstrated most clearly by Homer's inability to maintain the connections that would challenge it. Homer is Springfield's most complete product. He is what the town produces when it runs its particular combination of influences through a particular human being for long enough. Low intelligence, high resilience, enormous capacity for love, absolute inability to sustain clear understanding of his own situation, bottomless need for belonging that makes him perpetually available for exploitation by anyone willing to offer the appearance of acceptance. He is the perfect resident of a company town. He is grateful. He is loyal. He is incapable of organized resistance. He is smart enough to be useful and not smart enough to be dangerous. He is broken in exactly the right ways. And he is, in spite of all of this, genuinely lovable. This is the thing that the show has always understood about Homer, the thing that elevates him above the function he serves in Springfield's political economy. His love for his family is real. His moments of genuine insight and unexpected tenderness are real. The times when he stumbles into doing the right thing, not because he thought it through, but because something in him is oriented toward the right thing, even when his brain cannot quite get there, these are real. Burns designed Homer to be manageable. The town shaped Homer to be compliant. The contamination made Homer cognitively limited. The loss of his mother made him emotionally fragile. The deal between his grandfather and his employer made him professionally trapped. And still, Homer loves his family. Still, he runs toward them at the end of every episode. Still, the couch, the house, the family are what matters most. What the dream keeps rebuilding when everything else fails. What survives when everything else degrades. Springfield is a terrible place. It is also Homer's home. These are not contradictions. They are the same truth. Marge deserves more than the show has usually given her, and the fans who have paid close attention have known this for decades. Marge is the load-bearing wall of the Simpson family. She is the reason the structure holds. Homer would have dissolved into chaos without her. Bart and Lisa and Maggie are who they are partly because of her sustained, deliberate, loving attention over 36 years of a marriage that has had every reason to fail and has not. She is also the character whose inner life the show has most consistently underexplored. There are episodes that address her suppressed needs and ambitions, her desire for recognition beyond the domestic, her occasional restlessness with a life that she chose and loves, but that does not always have space for the full complexity of what she is. These episodes tend to be among the most interesting and moving in the show's history. And then the next episode arrives, and Marge is back in the kitchen, patient and worried and endlessly supportive, the inner life filed away again. The contamination theory asks what Marge's extended exposure has done to her specifically. She worked at the power plant herself, briefly, during a period when Homer was temporarily absent from the job. She was exposed to the facility directly. She has lived her entire adult life downstream of it. Her children were born in its shadow, and yet Marge is, of all the Simpsons, the most apparently functional, the most capable, the most connected to cause and effect and consequence, the best at making plans and executing them, the best at understanding her social environment and navigating it effectively. The radiation theory suggests she may simply have a biological response to the contamination that produces different results than Homer's. The same exposure, a different outcome. Where Homer's intelligence was diminished, Marge's may have been sharpened in specific ways that make her particularly good at the particular things she needs to be good at. The qualities that sustain the family, the social intelligence, the patience, the ability to hold complexity without being overwhelmed, may be what the contamination does to Marge's particular biology. Or she may simply be Marge, which in Springfield's universe is its own kind of miracle. Bart is the character who should, by every structural logic of the show's universe, have broken down by now. He is 10 years old, and has been 10 years old for 36 years. He is locked in the developmental stage where authority is the enemy, consequence is abstract, and the gap between impulse and action is essentially non-existent. He generates chaos with a proficiency that suggests genuine talent rather than mere recklessness. He has disrupted more institutions, embarrassed more authority figures, and caused more communal disorder than any other character in Springfield's history. And he is also, beneath all of this, quietly loyal, quietly loving. The relationship between Bart and Homer, which expresses itself primarily through Homer strangling Bart and Bart making Homer's life periodically miserable, is also a relationship of deep attachment. Bart needs Homer to be impressed by him, to see him, to respond to him with the full weight of parental attention even when that attention takes the form of exasperation. Homer needs Bart to be exactly what Bart is, chaotic and funny, and alive in the specific loud way that Bart is alive, because in the coma dream, Bart's aliveness is one of the most vivid things Homer's unconscious mind keeps generating. The contamination theory would suggest that Bart's particular brand of impulsivity, his difficulty with consequence, his ability to engage in behavior that should teach him hard lessons without those lessons seeming to stick, has a neurological correlate. The same contamination that impairs Homer's executive function may impair Bart slightly differently, manifesting not as general cognitive limitation, but as specific difficulty with the regulatory systems that normally modulate impulse and consequence. Bart is brilliant in certain ways. He is perceptive, quick, socially intelligent in ways that differ from Lisa's intelligence but are not less acute. He reads people well. He understands social dynamics instinctively. He is creative and adaptive in real time. What he cannot reliably do is learn from experience in the standard developmental way. The feedback loop between action and consequence is disrupted in him. This makes him a very specific kind of person, highly capable in the present moment, resistant to modification over time. The optimal expression of this combination in Springfield's particular context is exactly what Bart is. A brilliant troublemaker who never quite grows up, who never quite faces the consequences that should redirect him, who cycles through situations that should reshape him and emerges recognizably himself on the other side. The contamination theory would say this is not a character choice. It is a biological condition. Bart is not choosing not to grow. Bart's growth mechanism is disrupted, the same way Homer is not choosing to be cognitively limited. The choice was removed from him before he could make it. Lisa is the character for whom Springfield has the least mercy. She is brilliant. She is principled. She is earnest in the way that the very young are earnest before the world teaches them that earnestness is a vulnerability. She believes that understanding a problem is the first step towards solving it, and she cannot stop understanding problems, which means she cannot stop seeing them, which means she is perpetually aware of everything that is wrong and perpetually trying to address it and perpetually failing, because Springfield does not particularly want to be addressed. The contamination theory suggests that Lisa's intelligence is, like Maggie's, a product of the mutation expressing itself differently. But where Maggie's response was to turn her intelligence inward and protect it with silence, Lisa's response was to turn it outward and offer it to the world as a gift. Springfield's response to this gift has been consistent across 36 years. Polite dismissal, active resistance, occasional mockery, the specific cruelty that communities reserve for the people who insist on telling them things they do not want to hear. Lisa has not stopped. She is still telling them. She will still be telling them in season 40 if the show reaches it. 8 years old, brilliant and alone, playing her saxophone and trying to make the world catch up to her. There is a future episode, shown as a flash forward, where we see Lisa as a young adult. She has grown into someone extraordinary, principled, accomplished, still searching. The world in that vision does not look dramatically different from the world in the present tense Springfield, which is a statement of its own about how much the world around Lisa is likely to change in response to everything she has been doing to improve it. But she is still trying. That has never changed. Section 15. The night Springfield sleeps. It is late now. The streets of Springfield are empty in the way that streets in small towns get empty after a certain hour. The neon of Moe's Tavern has been turned off, or maybe it is still on, because Moe is the kind of person who forgets. The Quickie Mart is open, because Apu believes in the 24-hour availability of convenience goods, and has apparently not slept more than 4 hours in the entire run of the show. The power plant is running, because nuclear plants do not have an off position, and the lights in the cooling towers cast their particular shade of artificial light across the hill. 742. Evergreen Terrace is quiet. Homer is on the couch. Not asleep exactly. Or perhaps asleep. The distinction is not always clear with Homer. He is in the state of comfortable semi-consciousness that he occupies more naturally than full wakefulness, the state in which Springfield seems most like itself. Bart went to bed eventually, after whatever the day involved. Lisa is probably still awake, reading something by lamplight, her saxophone beside her on the floor. Maggie has been in her crib for hours, watching the ceiling or whatever she watches when she has nothing else to observe, thinking whatever she thinks. Marge is somewhere in the house, quietly managing the things that never quite stop needing management. She always has been. Outside, the town is arranged around them the way it has always been arranged. The school where Bart does not learn and Lisa is not celebrated. The bar where Homer processes the day's events through the medium of beer. The plant on the hill where everything begins and ends and circles back to begin again. The gorge that receives whatever falls. The tire fire that burns without explanation or end. The town that has no address, in the state that has no name, beside the river with the three-eyed fish, under the sky that the plant keeps a little brighter than it should be after dark. Every theory we have explored tonight is trying to say something true about what this place is and what it does to the people who live in it. None of them is the official explanation. None of them is what the showrunners would confirm if asked directly. Some of them are mutually exclusive. You cannot have both the coma and the radiation as primary explanations simultaneously, though you can have elements of both. But they are all, each in their own way, true in the sense that matters for stories. They are all descriptions of something real about Springfield, about the nature of its particular permanent stasis, about the gap between what the show depicts and what the show's universe implies. The radiation theory is true in the sense that Springfield is a place where something has gone wrong, and where the thing that went wrong was put there deliberately by someone with the resources to have done otherwise, and where the people damaged by it are also dependent on it and cannot easily leave or challenge it. This is a real thing that has happened in real places with real people, and The Simpsons has been drawing it in exaggerated form for 36 years. The coma theory is true in the sense that there is something dreamlike about the show's structure, something that feels like the logic of a mind holding very tightly to something it cannot afford to lose. The way Springfield resets, the way Homer always finds his way home, the way the family is always there, always intact, always preserved at the ages they were when the story began. This has the emotional structure of a dream. Whether Homer is actually dreaming or not, the show's logic follows dream logic, and dream logic is always about what the dreamer most deeply needs to be true. The collective denial theory is true in the sense that the show has, across 36 years, depicted a community making consistent choices to not examine the things that would require difficult change. This is not a satirical exaggeration of how communities work. This is a pretty accurate description of how communities work. And the love at the center of all of it is true in the most basic, unreduced sense. Homer loves Marge. Marge loves Homer. They love their children. The children love each other in the complicated, contested way that siblings do. This is the thing that has always held the show together despite everything. The Springfield that exists at night, when everyone is asleep and the streets are empty, is the Springfield I want to leave you with. Not the contaminated Springfield, though the contamination is real. Not the political economy of Company Town Springfield, though the power dynamics are real. Not even the dreamlike loop of the coma theory, though the emotional truth of it is real. The Springfield of a quiet house at the end of a long day. The sounds of a family breathing. The weight of everything still there in the morning, yes. The plant still on the hill. The violation still unaddressed. Burns still alive after a century. The mystery of the fish still open. The location still undetermined. But also the weight of everything else still there. The family still together. The house still standing. Homer still on the couch, alive and whole. His family around him. The children still young. The night still quiet. There is a reason people keep watching. There is a reason the loop has been running for 36 years on the power of our continued attention. It is not just nostalgia, though nostalgia is part of it. It is not just habit, though habit is part of it. It is that Springfield contains something true about what a home is supposed to feel like, even when the home is broken, even when the town is contaminated, even when the timeline is frozen and the mystery is unsolved and the fish have too many eyes. A home is the place where the people you love are. A home is the place that holds you even when it is falling apart around you. A home is the place you come back to, episode after episode, year after year, because the alternative is not having a place at all. Homer comes back to 742 Evergreen Terrace. Every episode he comes back. He falls through the door. He lands somewhere soft. The family absorbs him into its particular chaos, and for a little while everything is exactly as it should be. In the morning, there will be the plant. There will be Burns. There will be the water that should not be drunk, and the air that should not be breathed. In the morning, the mystery of who shot Burns is still open, and Mona's grave is still wrong, and the real Skinner is still on a train somewhere. In the morning, all of it is still true. But right now, at this particular moment, with the house quiet and the family breathing and the plant lights softly illuminating the hill beyond the window, right now everything is fine. Springfield is fine. It always is. It always has to be. The loop continues. It will continue tomorrow and the week after and the season after that. Bart will be 10. Lisa will be 8. Maggie will be watching. Homer will fall down the escalator and get back up. Marge will worry and manage and love. The couch gag will play. The theme will end. The show will begin. And somewhere in the middle of it, somewhere in the accumulated weight of 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes, and the thousands of secrets and theories and mysteries we have moved through tonight, something is being said that is worth hearing, about power, about love, about the price of comfortable lies, about what happens to people when the systems around them fail to see them as people worth protecting, about what survives when everything else fails, about a family sitting on a couch, about why that has always been enough. Let your breathing slow. Let the weight of the night settle around you. Springfield is still out there, impossible and familiar and endlessly, patiently itself. The plant is on the hill. The fish have their extra eyes. Homer is dreaming, maybe. Or maybe he finally woke up a long time ago and no one noticed. The family is home. The loop is closed. Sleep well. End of script. Word count notes. This script is structured across 15 sections, designed to sustain a relaxed, story-driven narration suitable for sleep, ambient listening while maintaining thematic depth and retention-optimized pacing throughout. Total estimated word count exceeds 40,000 words. Section 16. The minor characters who carry major weight. Springfield has a population that the show has been building out carefully and lovingly for 36 seasons. Beyond the Simpson family and their immediate circle, beyond Ned and Burns and Smithers and Wiggum, there are dozens of recurring characters who have been given enough moments, enough history, enough distinct humanity that they have become part of the texture of the town in a way that feels genuinely inhabited. These are the people who make Springfield feel real. They fill the background of scenes with the suggestion of lives being lived just outside the frame. Many of them carry their own buried stories, their own quiet devastations, their own relationship to the larger machinery of the town we have been examining tonight. Apu Nahasapi Mapetalan has run the Quick E-Mart for the entire run of the show, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. The store is always open, always stocked, always ready for whatever Springfield needs at any hour. Apu is also, canonically, one of the most educated people in Springfield. He holds a doctorate from a prestigious academic institution and completed the degree with the highest grade point average in his institution's history. He is intellectually sophisticated, speaks multiple languages, and has demonstrated across dozens of episodes a capacity for complex reasoning that few other characters in Springfield can match. He runs a convenience store. The show has addressed the gap between his education and his occupation in various ways over the years, and the explanations offered make economic sense while being depressing when you sit with them. Immigration status. Limited transferable credentials. The specific circumstances of someone navigating a system that was not built to accommodate his particular situation. Apu found work at the Quick E-Mart, and the Quick E-Mart became his life. And the gap between what he is capable of and what he is doing narrowed, over the years, from something painful to something simply accepted. But the doctorate did not disappear. The intelligence did not disappear. Apu is still behind that counter at 2 in the morning when Homer comes in looking for a specific donut, one of the most capable people in the store and probably in the town. He just does not have a place to put it. This is not a story unique to Springfield. Across the country and the world, there are people whose capabilities exist in permanent disparity with their circumstances. People who learned everything they were supposed to learn and arrived somewhere that did not have a position available for who they had become. The Quick E-Mart is Apu's Springfield. The town that contains him does not fully fit him, and yet he stays. He runs the store. He knows everyone. He is, in a genuine and practical sense, the person Springfield goes to when it needs something at an hour when everyone else is closed. There is a kind of dignity in that, the kind the show has always recognized in people who show up and do the necessary work regardless of whether the work fits the person doing it. Dr. Julius Hibbert is Springfield's most prominent physician, and the question the radiation theory asks about him is the same question it asks about every medical professional in Springfield. What does he know, and what has he chosen not to say about it? Hibbert has been treating Springfield's residents for decades. He has access to the biological data that would be most relevant to the contamination theory. The actual medical information about Springfield's population, the test results and examination findings that would, in aggregate, tell a story that the power plant's owner would very much prefer remain untold, and Hibbert laughs. Whatever the situation, whatever the news, he delivers it with a laugh that is warm and slightly displaced from the context. He laughs when he delivers difficult diagnoses. He laughs when explaining serious conditions. He laughs in contexts where laughter is such an unusual response that it calls attention to itself. The radiation theory reads this laugh as, what happens to a doctor who has been practicing in a contamination zone long enough to understand exactly what is wrong with everyone around him and to have made a decision repeatedly and consistently not to say so? The laugh is what the pressure of suppressed knowledge sounds like when it has nowhere else to go. It is the sound of professional accommodation that has become total and permanent. Chief Clancy Wiggum runs the Springfield Police Department, and the show has been generous with the details of his professional record, which is one of consistent failure. The SPD under Wiggum has never solved a crime through competent investigation. Every resolution of a mystery involving the department has come from outside it, from citizens, from accidents, from perpetrators confessing for reasons entirely unrelated to police pressure. If Burns controls the political apparatus of Springfield, the SPD is not an independent institution. Burns has no need for effective law enforcement. He needs visible law enforcement, a presence that maintains a surface appearance of order while being incapable of mounting any meaningful challenge to his operations. An incompetent police department serves this purpose precisely. Wiggum was at the Biological Weapons Laboratory in 1969. He was working security. Mona Simpson's antibiotic bomb cured his asthma. He became Springfield's chief of police in the years after that event and has been there ever since. What he has chosen to do with that knowledge is expressed in his professional record, which is to say, not much. Ralph Wiggum says things that do not follow conventional logic. His statements arrive from angles no one else occupies. The show plays this for absurdist comedy and it lands. But consider the possibility that Ralph is perceiving something about Springfield that everyone else has learned to filter out. The collective denial theory suggests that Springfield's residents share a perceptual filter, a way of processing their environment that smooths out the anomalies and sustains the agreed-upon version of reality. Ralph does not appear to have this filter fully in place. He says things that are true from angles no one else is standing at. He notices what should not be noticed. No one in Springfield takes Ralph seriously, which is precisely why he is allowed to keep almost telling the truth. Sideshow Bob is the show's Shakespearean villain, more intelligent than anyone around him, more educated, more culturally sophisticated, and repeatedly defeated by the person he considers his intellectual inferior. He has a degree. He quotes the classics with accuracy and facility. His plans, when they fail not because of their inherent design, but because Springfield consistently refuses to behave in the way that would allow his intelligence to be effective. Bob loses because Bart wins, and Bart wins because Bart is Springfield's most complete native product, shaped by the same contamination and collective denial and structural impunity that shapes everything else, navigating the town with the instinctive fluency of someone who was born inside the maze, rather than trying to enter it from outside. Intelligence is a liability in Springfield if you use it to see the maze clearly. The people who survive are the ones who stopped seeing it as a maze long ago. Barney Gumble was Homer's best friend through the early seasons. He was intelligent when sober, perceptive in the moments when clarity was available to him. He attended college. He had a future once, before Moe's Tavern became his entire geography. There is a season 11 episode in which Barney achieves sobriety and becomes himself briefly. Sharp, funny, hopeful. The Barney who might have been, standing briefly in the light. Then the show resets him back to the bar stool. He was going to be the Burns shooter in an early draft. He was going to go to prison. That trajectory existed. In the show that was actually made, he remained at the bar. In Springfield, everyone ends up where the town needs them. Section 17. The couch gags and what they know. The Simpsons opens every episode with a variation of the same sequence. The family races toward the couch. The couch gag varies each time, an infinitely renewable joke that has become, across hundreds of iterations, one of the show's most impressive cumulative creative achievements. The couch gags exist in a peculiar space relative to the show's narrative. They happen before the episode begins, in a sense. They are the threshold, the moment between the theme ending and the story beginning, the transitional space between the world outside and Springfield. And across all those hundreds of iterations, they have collectively depicted the Simpson family being destroyed, transformed, absorbed, consumed, and reconstituted before settling on the couch together. In various couch gags, the family has been eaten by a larger entity and returned to the couch. They have been replaced by imposters. They have been disassembled into components and reassembled in wrong configurations before correcting themselves. They have encountered catastrophes from which they emerge, every time, ready to sit down together. The coma theory reads the couch gags as the opening ritual of Homer's dream. The fundamental premise being confirmed before the story can proceed. My family is here, we are on the couch, we are together. Every episode starts with this, because every cycle of the dream starts with this. The couch gags in which the family is threatened or destroyed before reconstituting are particularly resonant in this reading. Homer's dream generates the fear before it generates the comfort. The family is dissolved and found again. The threat is part of the dream's function. You cannot fully appreciate the family on the couch if the dream does not periodically show you what it would mean to not have them there. The couch is the show's emotional center of gravity. Everything orbits around it. Whatever the episode is going to do, however dark or strange, it begins with the family arriving on the couch together. That is the premise. That is the prayer. That is what Homer's brain keeps generating at the start of every cycle. We are here. We are together. Start the story. The theme music works through a similar mechanism. Danny Elfman composed a piece that functions as a recurring key to a very specific psychological door. For anyone who has heard it hundreds of times across the years, the theme triggers a response before the conscious mind has fully registered what it is hearing. Springfield arrives in the mind before the opening credits have finished. The family is already on the way to the couch before the couch appears. There is something in the structure of the theme that mirrors the structure of the show. It escalates toward a particular moment and then resolves. The journey and the return. Every episode begins with this shape, and every episode ends with a version of it. If the coma theory is true, Danny Elfman wrote the soundtrack to a 30-year dream about a family. He did not know that is what he was doing. But he wrote something that works for that purpose with an elegance that feels designed rather than accidental. Section 18, Springfield as America. There is a reading of The Simpsons that sits beneath all the theories we have explored tonight, a reading that is not about any one character or plot element, but about the aggregate shape of the show across 3.5 decades of consistent attention to the same family in the same impossible town. The Simpsons is a show about what America costs ordinary people. Every element we have examined tonight is an expression of that cost. The plant costs Springfield its biology, its water, its cognitive capacity. Burns costs the town its economic independence and its political agency. Homer's impairment costs him his potential. Mona's exile costs Homer his childhood and 27 years that neither of them could have back. The social contract of collective denial costs Springfield its ability to see itself clearly and therefore change. These are not just story elements. They are descriptions of real things that happen to real people in real places. The company town and the cognitive effects of environmental contamination and the psychological damage of growing up under the shadow of unacknowledged institutional harm, these are documented phenomena with documented consequences in the actual world. The Simpsons has been drawing them in yellow, with 4 fingers, with a 3-eyed fish and a billionaire who glows in the dark, but the underlying reality is recognizable. America has always had its Springfields, towns where a single employer controlled everything. Towns where the water was not safe to drink and the plant was the only source of income. Towns where the official narrative required constant maintenance because the truth was too destabilizing to accommodate. Towns where the people who remembered too much or asked too clearly were encouraged to leave. The Simpsons puts these dynamics on the screen every Sunday night, wrapped in jokes and couch gags and Homer falling downstairs, and the audience laughs and absorbs and carries home something that sits just below the level of direct awareness but shapes how they see the world. Springfield is not a warning about where America might go. The show holds up a mirror and lets you sit with what you see in it. And what you see, if you sit with it long enough, is familiar. The specific quality of American working-class life that the show depicts is one of the things it does most precisely and most honestly. Homer's relationship to his work is not the relationship of a defeated man. It is the relationship of a man who has been positioned, who was born into a situation, shaped by that situation, damaged by it in ways he cannot fully see, and who has found within that situation the things that make life worth living: his family, his friends, Moe's Tavern, a donut on the way to work. This is a recognizable human achievement. To find genuine happiness within circumstances that are not of your choosing, and that were in fact deliberately made less accommodating than they should have been. To love people well in a world that does not particularly love you back. To laugh and connect and make something from the materials available even when those materials were deliberately kept scarce. Homer does this. Not because he is wise, not because he has made a philosophical peace with the situation. Homer is capable of extraordinary, ordinary love, and the love fills what the intelligence cannot reach. The show values this. It has always valued this. Underneath all the satire and the darkness and the impossible mysteries, the show's deepest conviction is that Homer's love for his family is real and important and worth 36 years of attention. And that conviction is why the show continues to matter. Not the theories, not the mysteries, the love. Homer coming home, the family on the couch, the loop closing into that image every single week. That is the thing the show will not let go of. And neither will we. America has become Springfield not just because the show predicted certain events, but because it described a version of American life that tens of millions of people recognized as their own. The nuclear family in the nuclear town with the nuclear plant on the hill. The couch. The television. The neighborhood. The idea that the family will still be intact at the end of the episode, that the world will have been set right enough to begin again next week. Springfield maintains a version of that idea in perfect, impossible suspension. Every Sunday night, the world resets. Homer falls and gets back up. The family comes back together. Whatever went wrong is resolved or at least set aside. The loop closes and opens again. We keep watching because we built the loop. We are the ones who cannot let go of it. And the show, which has been running for 36 years on the fuel of our continued attention, has become a mirror for that attachment. A reflection of what we need to be true held up every week, confirming itself. Section 19. The long night settles. It is very late now, or very early. The hour when those two things stop being different from each other, when the dark has been going long enough that you can feel the far edge of morning even though the sky still shows nothing of it. Springfield is quiet in this particular hour. The Quickie Mart is open because Apu believes in the 24-hour availability of what people need. The power plant is running because nuclear plants do not have off switches. And the lights along the cooling towers cast their flat luminescence across the hill that overlooks Evergreen Terrace. 742 Evergreen Terrace is dark. Homer is somewhere in the comfortable liminal space he occupies more naturally than full wakefulness. Bart went to bed eventually, after whatever the day required. Lisa is probably still awake. A lamp on somewhere. A book open. Her saxophone on the floor because even when she is not playing it, she wants it within reach. Maggie has been in her crib for hours, still and watchful, doing whatever Maggie does in the dark when there is nothing to observe and no one is watching. Marge is somewhere in the house, managing the things that never quite stop needing management. She has always been somewhere in the house. She is the gravity of the place, the force that keeps everything from drifting apart. Outside, the town is arranged around them exactly as it has always been. The elementary school stands at the end of its familiar street. Moe's Tavern is dark. The plant hums on the hill. The river with the three-eyed fish moves in the dark toward wherever Springfield's rivers go, through a geography that does not correspond to any map. The tire fire is visible from certain angles, a faint orange glow somewhere in the middle distance that has been burning since before anyone currently living in Springfield can remember. No one has ever explained what feeds it. No one has ever seriously tried to put it out. The tire fire simply is. Springfield in the dark is its most honest self. In the daylight, the town has the quality of performance. Everything doing what it is supposed to do, everyone playing their assigned role, the social contract of collective denial operating at full capacity to maintain the agreed-upon version of reality. But at night, the performance eases. The mechanisms relax slightly. And in that relaxation, you can almost see the shape of what the town actually is. A contamination zone whose inhabitants have adapted to the contamination. A company town running under a single owner for so long that the owner and the town have become part of each other. A place where a man has been dreaming since April 1993, perhaps, or where a family has been preserved by the shared need of an audience that cannot let them go. A place where the decision to not see clearly has been in operation for so long that it has become the only way anyone knows how to see. And also a place where a family lives, imperfectly, loudly, with enormous love and inadequate vocabulary and the specific domestic chaos that makes a house feel inhabited rather than just occupied. Both of these things are true simultaneously. They have always been true simultaneously. The show has never resolved the tension between them, because the tension is not a problem to be resolved. It is the condition. The actual condition of living somewhere that costs you something and gives you something in return, and spending your life trying to figure out what that trade is worth. The theories will still be there in the morning. Blinky will still have 3 eyes. Burns will still be alive. The real Skinner will still be somewhere on a train. Maggie will still be watching from behind her pacifier. The location of the town will still be undetermined. Homer will still have worked for the man who drove his mother underground, without ever fully connecting the dots. All of it will still be available for examination, but you do not have to examine it right now. The examination can wait. Springfield can wait. It has been waiting for 36 years. It is very good at waiting. Right now, let the sound of it settle around you. Not the plant or the tire fire or the contaminated river. The other sounds. The sound a house makes when it is full of sleeping people. The particular quality of quiet that settles over a family at rest. The night air in a town that is impossible and familiar, and yours in some way that has nothing to do with geography. You know Springfield. You have always known it. You grew up with it in some sense, because Springfield is the background radiation of the culture, present in the references people make and the jokes people quote, and the particular frame that 3.5 decades of consistent attention to one family has put around the experience of watching American life happen. Let that familiarity do its work now. Let Springfield settle around you like the glow of the tire fire seen from a certain angle, warm and strange and constant and thoroughly without explanation. The family is home. The loop keeps running. And the night is very long and very quiet and very much your own. Section 20. What remains? There is something that stays with you after spending a long time in Springfield. Not the mysteries, though the mysteries are genuinely interesting. Not the theories, though some of them are genuinely unsettling when you sit with them at the right hour. Not even the darkness that runs underneath the show's surface, comedy, though that darkness is real and has always been real. What stays is something simpler. A man loves his family, his town is broken, the systems around him were designed to keep him limited and compliant and unable to see clearly. His mother was taken from him before he was old enough to understand what was happening. His intelligence was suppressed by a combination of environmental contamination and a childhood injury and a secret deal struck between his grandfather and his employer. He works every day for the man most responsible for his condition, and he loves his family. Completely and without reservation and with all the intelligence he has, which is less than it should be but is entirely given over to the people who deserve it most. The show has always understood that this is a form of heroism, not the dramatic kind, not the kind that changes systems or challenges power or breaks the loop, the quiet kind. The kind that does not require understanding the full architecture of the situation to love the people within it. The kind that shows up at the dinner table after the worst day. The kind that falls down and gets back up because the alternative is leaving. And leaving is the one thing Homer Simpson has never been capable of. Burns won. Burns always wins in Springfield. The contamination continues. The social contract of denial holds. The town forgets its catastrophes. The timeline floats. Nobody ages. The fish still have too many eyes. And Homer still comes home. That is the show. 36 seasons. Nearly 800 episodes, the longest-running animated series in American history. The most analyzed, most theorized, most discussed show ever made. After all of that, after all the theories and all the darkness and all the mysteries that will never be officially resolved, the thing that remains is Homer coming home, the family on the couch, the loop closing back into that image every single week. The mysteries are real, the darkness is real, the love is also real. All three things are true simultaneously. In Springfield, they have always been true simultaneously. That is probably why we cannot stop watching. That is probably why the loop keeps running. Because somewhere inside the impossibility, inside the contamination and the coma and the conspiracy and the frozen time, there is something worth watching for. A family that holds together through everything, a love that the system was never quite able to take. The beer is cold, the couch is there, the family is home, it is enough. In Springfield, it has always been enough. Good night, Springfield. Good night. End of script. Section 21. The texture of Springfield's days. Let us spend some time simply inside Springfield, not in theory but in texture. In the specific quality of the days the show has built across 36 years of close attention to the same streets and the same buildings and the same faces. Springfield has a certain light. It is hard to describe precisely the particular quality of the sky above a town that is simultaneously every American town and no specific one. The sun is present in most episodes, but it is a flattened, animated sun, a sun that illuminates without casting shadows in the way that real sun does. Everything in Springfield exists in a state of even, almost dreamlike illumination. The shadows are there when the show needs them for dramatic effect, and absent when the show needs clarity. The light is always exactly sufficient for whatever is about to happen. This sounds like a description of animation technique, and it is. But it is also a description of what it feels like to be inside a dream or inside a memory. The light of remembered places has that quality, even insufficient and slightly unreal. You remember the place, but you remember it in the light that makes it most visible rather than the light of any particular time of day. Springfield is illuminated by the logic of memory rather than the logic of atmosphere. The smell of Springfield is something the show has gestured toward across hundreds of episodes without ever being able to directly convey it, because television cannot transmit smell, but you can infer it. The particular chemical quality of the air near a nuclear facility, the specific smell of the river downstream from industrial runoff, the beer and sawdust of Moe's Tavern, the donuts at the Quickie Mart, the specific domestic smell of the Simpson house, which you know somehow even though you have never been there, the particular mixture of Homer and food and children and Marge's cleaning products, and the specific warmth of a house that is lived in hard. Springfield smells like America smells. The industrial and the domestic mix together in the particular way that working-class neighborhoods have always smelled. The factories never fully separate from the homes. The work never fully absent from the life. The sounds of Springfield are more accessible because the show has always been generous with its sound design. The background hum of the power plant, just audible enough to register as present in scenes set near it. The specific sound of Moe's Tavern, a combination of the ancient plumbing and the jukebox, and the particular acoustic quality of a place that has been absorbing human noise for decades without being redesigned. The school bell at Springfield Elementary, the specific sound of Homer's car, a vehicle that should not still be running and has been running for 36 years on what appears to be equal parts mechanical persistence and narrative necessity. The sounds are the sounds of a town in the middle of being alive. The ambient noise of people going about their business, none of them individually remarkable, collectively producing the continuous low texture of habitation that any real town generates, and that The Simpsons has always been good at suggesting even within the conventions of animated television. Consider what a Tuesday in Springfield actually looks like. Homer wakes up late, because Homer always wakes up late. The specific quality of his relationship with Tuesday morning being identical to his relationship with every other morning, which is to say adversarial. He eats breakfast standing up, or he tries to eat breakfast and ends up in a minor conflict with Bart about something that will have been completely forgotten by dinner. He drives to work on a route he has driven so many times that his hands do the steering while his mind occupies itself with donuts and beer and the specific vague anxiety of someone who does not know they are anxious. The plant receives him at the gate, the same parking lot, the same walk to the same building, through the same morning air, that carries the same particular chemical quality that Homer stopped noticing years ago. He clocks in. He settles into his chair at his workstation in Sector 7G. The reactor hums. The safety systems, such as they are, do whatever they do. Homer does whatever Homer does, which appears from the evidence to involve approximately 40% sleeping, 30% eating, and 30% accidentally setting in motion a series of events that somehow always resolves before anything permanently catastrophic occurs. Marge takes Bart and Lisa to school, or Bart and Lisa go to school on their own, in the manner of children who have been navigating the same route long enough that parental involvement is no longer functionally required. Maggie goes wherever Maggie goes, which is always near enough to the center of things to observe whatever is most important to observe. Lisa sits in her classroom. She knows the answers. She always knows the answers. Her hand goes up and she is called on occasionally and not called on often enough. And the specific experience of being the smartest person in the room, in a school that has no particular interest in cultivating that intelligence, has been her daily condition for as long as she has existed. Bart sits in his classroom. He has a different relationship to the material than Lisa does. Where Lisa engages with ideas, Bart engages with the situation. He is always watching the social dynamics of the room, always aware of who is afraid of what and who wants what and where the pressure points are. His academic underperformance is real and chronic and coexists with a social intelligence that would serve him extremely well in many contexts that are not school. At lunch, Springfield Elementary serves food. The show has been generous in depicting what Springfield Elementary food looks like, which is to say it looks like institutional food in the specific way that American school lunch has looked for decades, a pale simulacrum of nutrition assembled under the supervision of a budget and a cook named Doris, who appears to have made a separate peace with the concept of nutritional value sometime in the 1970s. After school, the children disperse into Springfield's streets and yards and empty lots, the particular geography of after-school time that children inhabit in a way adults can access only through memory. The empty lot where something that might be a fort or might be something more ambiguous stands. The route home that goes past the Quickie Mart because there is always a reason to go past the Quickie Mart. Homer comes home. This is the event that anchors the day. Whatever has happened, Homer comes home. He falls through the door. He reaches for a beer. He finds the couch. He finds Marge. He finds his children in whatever configuration they are in at that particular moment. And the day assembles itself around the table for dinner, and whatever the meal is, it is Marge's and therefore it is good, and the family sits together in the specific configuration of a family that has been sitting together long enough that the configuration feels permanent rather than chosen. This is a Tuesday in Springfield. It is also every other day in Springfield. The specific events change. The underlying pattern does not. That is the texture of the loop, not the dramatic moments, not the catastrophes and the mysteries and the impossible events. The ordinary days, the Tuesday afternoons, the dinners, the couch in the evenings. The particular quality of a life being lived in a particular way, in a particular place, day after day, season after season, decade after decade. These are the days that fill the space between the theories. And they are, in their own way, as important as any of the darker things we have been examining tonight. Because a life is mostly Tuesdays. The extraordinary moments are the exception. The ordinary days are the substance. And Springfield's ordinary days are warm. They are imperfect, and they are limited, and they are shaped by the contamination and the company town and the collective denial and all the other machinery of Springfield's particular damage. But they are also warm. There is a fire in the Simpson house that no amount of nuclear contamination has managed to extinguish. And on Tuesday evenings, you can see it clearly in the glow of the windows on Evergreen Terrace, the light of a family inside being itself, doing the specific ordinary things that families do, filling the house with the specific ordinary noise of people who are alive together. The seasons come to Springfield in the way that seasons come to a cartoon. They arrive complete, total, immediately characteristic. The first day of winter in Springfield is winter, fully itself, with snow and cold and Homer's distinctive relationship to both. The summer of Springfield is summer, sun, and heat, and the particular quality of Springfield's summer air, which carries the reactor's contribution to the temperature in ways that the residents have long since stopped registering. Springfield's 4 seasons provide the show with a changing backdrop that gives it an illusion of the passage of time, while the floating timeline ensures that nothing actually changes. The leaves fall in Springfield, and the snow comes, and the spring arrives with its particular Springfield quality, and the summer follows. And through all of it, the family stays the same age, and the town stays the same state, and the loop continues. There is something beautiful about the seasons in Springfield precisely because they represent the only change the show allows itself. The world turns, the light shifts, the air changes, and everything else stays still. This is the particular kind of stasis the show has created, not frozen in a single moment like a photograph, more like a film loop, a short piece of footage that cycles through the same segment repeatedly. The seasons turn, the days pass. The school year begins and ends and begins again. But the people inside the cycle do not advance through it. They are always at the same point in the same season of their lives. The radiation theory suggests this is biological. The coma theory suggests this is psychological. The collective denial theory suggests this is social. The floating timeline explanation says it is structural. All of them are describing the same phenomenon from different angles, arriving at the same Springfield where the leaves fall every November and the children are always the age they were when the show began. Section 22. Moe's Tavern After Last Call. There is a version of Moe's Tavern that the show has depicted rarely and that deserves more attention than it usually receives. Most of the time, Moe's Tavern is populated. Homer is at the bar. Barney is at the bar. Lenny and Carl make their appearances. Occasionally, Ned Flanders wanders in with good intentions and leaves with his faith in humanity slightly diminished. The tavern is a social space, a community center for a specific segment of Springfield's adult male population, the segment that finds its most comfortable hours in a dimly lit room that has not been renovated since the Eisenhower administration. But sometimes the show visits Moe's after the customers have left, after Barney has been poured into wherever Barney sleeps, after Homer has gone home to Evergreen Terrace, after the last night owl has finished the last beer and the door has swung closed behind them. And in those moments, Moe's Tavern has a different quality. Moe Shizlock is, when you look at him carefully across 36 years of episodes, one of the show's most complex secondary characters. He is gruff and frequently dishonest, and has made various choices across the show's run that would not look good on a resume. He has multiple weapons behind the bar and an unclear policy on when they are deployed. His personal hygiene is a recurring concern. His bar has been the site of more petty crimes and minor disasters than any licensed establishment in the show's history. He is also, underneath all of this, lonely. The episodes that reveal Moe's inner life do so with a specificity that the show does not always extend to its secondary characters. Moe wants to be loved. He has wanted this his entire life. His bar is not just a business. It is the structure that keeps him connected to the people who are, functionally, his family. Homer and Barney and Lenny and Carl, who do not always treat him with the care his loneliness deserves but who show up, which, in Springfield, is its own form of devotion. The contamination theory has particular things to say about Moe. He has been running a bar in Springfield for the same period that the plant has been running on the hill above the town. He has been breathing Springfield's air and drinking Springfield's water for as long as anyone. And Moe's specific emotional architecture, the loneliness and the gruffness and the anger that sits right at the surface waiting for something to detonate it, may owe something to whatever the town's particular chemical legacy does to the emotional regulatory systems of the people who live there. Or perhaps Moe is simply a person whose life has been hard in the specific ways that hard lives are hard, and whose responses to that hardness are the responses available to him given what the town has left him with. The bar keeps him connected, the customers keep him going. The loneliness is the price of a life spent mostly in one room with people who are not quite his friends, but who have become, through the accumulation of years and shared miseries, something more durable than acquaintances. After last call, in the empty tavern with the glasses collected and the bar wiped down, and the particular settled quiet of a place that has done its work for the day, Moe is just a person. The defenses are still there, because the defenses never quite drop. But the need for them is temporarily absent, and in that absence you can see something of what Moe actually is. A man who built his life around the simple availability of company, and who has found, in the most stripped-down expression of hospitality available in Springfield, a reason to keep showing up. The light in Moe's after last call is the light of a place that has been witnessed, that has watched decades of Springfield's people process their lives over beer and complaints and occasional genuine honesty. The bar holds all of that. The scuffed stools and the ancient fixtures and the specific worn quality of a place that has been used hard and maintained minimally and kept going through sheer stubborn refusal to close. Moe's Tavern will be there tomorrow, and the day after, and however many days Springfield keeps running. The light will come on and the door will open and the regulars will arrive, and the loop will include this room, this bar, this specific arrangement of people who choose to spend their evenings here. That constancy is its own form of warmth. Section 23. The Springfield Elementary that Lisa built. There is a version of Springfield Elementary that exists in Lisa's imagination and that she has been trying to build in reality for 36 years. In Lisa's version, the school is what schools are supposed to be, a place where the actual capacities of the students are recognized and cultivated. A place where being good at things that matter is met with encouragement rather than mild threat. A place where the extraordinary is not merely tolerated alongside the mediocre, but actively sought and celebrated and given room to grow. Lisa has been trying to build this school in the actual Springfield Elementary, which is what it actually is, an underfunded institution managed by an imposter principal, staffed by teachers whose relationship to their own vocation ranges from merely tired to actively hostile, serving a student population that the show has consistently depicted as ranging from bored to chaotic to the occasional bright light who is as out of place as Lisa and who therefore leaves as soon as the opportunity presents itself. Lisa's relationship to Springfield Elementary is the relationship of someone who loves the idea of a place while being comprehensively disappointed by the reality of it. She keeps showing up because she believes in what school is supposed to be, even in a school that is not what it is supposed to be. She advocates for better resources, better instruction, better attention to the students who have something to offer. She fights for the music program when it is cut. She challenges teachers who are phoning it in. She takes the curriculum more seriously than anyone in the building is set up to reward. And Springfield Elementary mostly receives all of this with the specific, mild exasperation of an institution that has been delivering inadequate education for decades and has made its peace with that inadequacy. The system is optimized for continuance, not for improvement. It runs, It produces graduates. Those graduates go on to populate Springfield as adults, who have been shaped by exactly the kind of education they received, which is to say education that taught them to sit still and fill in bubbles and not ask too many questions. Lisa is the question the school cannot answer. Every year, every grade, every teacher, a student sitting in the front row who has already read the textbook and is ready to go further, and is being held back by a curriculum that was not designed for someone like her, and by an institution that was not built to handle her. Particular kind of need. The contamination theory provides one lens for this. If the power plant's legacy is a population with compromised cognitive function, then the educational system that serves that population will be calibrated to that population's actual rather than ideal capacity. Springfield Elementary is not a failing school in the conventional sense. It is a school that is succeeding at what Springfield needs schools to do, which is to take children who were born into a contaminated environment and move them through a process that ends in adults ready to work at the plant or the Quick E-Mart or wherever Springfield's economy needs them. Lisa's needs are not Springfield's needs. Lisa's capacities exceed what Springfield can use, and a system designed to produce functional Springfield adults has no particular mechanism for handling someone who could be something else entirely. This is why Lisa's storylines so often involve her looking outward, looking at the world outside Springfield with a longing that is not quite escapism but something adjacent to it, looking toward futures in which her particular capacities have a place. The flash-forward episode in which she is seen as a young adult, engaged and accomplished and still searching, is the episode the show uses to confirm what we have always suspected, that Lisa's story does not end in Springfield. That the life she is building toward is somewhere beyond the contamination zone and the floating timeline and the school that was never quite built for her. For now she is 8 years old. She will be 8 years old for as long as the show runs. And every day she sits in a classroom and knows more than the room is willing to accommodate. And every day she plays her saxophone and the music is better than anyone in Springfield really has the tools to appreciate. And every day she is the person the town does not quite know what to do with. She keeps asking anyway. She will keep asking. That is the thing about Lisa. The most defining fact of her character is not her intelligence but her refusal to stop asking. To stop believing that the asking matters even when the answer does not come. To stop being exactly what she is in a place that would be more comfortable if she were something less. That refusal is its own form of heroism. The daily, ordinary, relentless heroism of being Lisa Simpson in Springfield. Section 24. One More Sunday. We have been in Springfield for a long time tonight. Longer than most episodes. Longer than most seasons. We have moved through the contamination and the coma and the mystery and the conspiracy and the frozen time and the social contract and the minor characters and the couch gags and the predictions and the geography and the texture of ordinary days. We have looked at the plant and the billionaire and the baby and the mother and the principal who was not a principal and the man who died over and over and the neighbor whose goodness was engineered rather than chosen. We have looked at all of it. And what we have found, at the end of all that looking, is the same thing we would have found if we had simply watched any random Sunday night episode from any season in the show's 36-year run. A family, together, on a couch. The mysteries do not cancel this. The darkness does not cancel this. The contamination and the conspiracy and the frozen time do not cancel this. They exist alongside it, as the difficult facts that surround any life that is genuinely lived in a real place with real constraints. But the center holds. The love at the center of the show holds. Homer loves Marge. He has loved her since high school, whenever high school was in the show's sliding timeline. He has loved her through 36 years of episodes and whatever real time has passed in the world outside the loop. His love for her is not conditional on her patience with him, though her patience is extraordinary. It is not dependent on her continued tolerance of his disasters, though her tolerance is practically superhuman. It is just there, constant and genuine and expressed in the specific, imperfect ways that a man with an IQ of 55 who works at a nuclear plant and has a crayon in his brain expresses love, which is to say loudly and clumsily and with complete sincerity. Marge loves Homer. This requires more explanation than Homer's love for her, because from the outside it can look like patience beyond reason. But the show has spent 36 years establishing what Marge sees in Homer, and what she sees is not what the surface suggests. She sees the genuine Homer, the one underneath the failures and the disasters and the cognitive limitations. The Homer who would do anything for his children. The Homer who cannot imagine a life without her. The Homer whose capacity for love, compromised in almost every other department, is intact and abundant, and entirely directed at his family. She loves that Homer, and she has chosen that Homer every episode for 36 years. Bart loves his family in the way that Bart loves things, which is to say through demonstrated presence rather than verbal declaration. He is there. He keeps showing up. He pranks and he schemes and he causes disasters, but he is always there, always involved, always engaged with the people around him in a way that speaks to a deep attachment that his verbal register does not have easy access to. The episode where Bart cries at Homer's bedside during the coma is not an exception to Bart's character. It is the most honest expression of it. Lisa loves her family with the full complexity of someone who has simultaneously outgrown them and cannot imagine being without them. She knows that Springfield is not the right size for her. She knows that her intelligence has nowhere adequate to go in her current context. She knows all of this and she stays, and the staying is its own statement. You stay where you love. You stay where you belong even when belonging is complicated. Maggie watches. She always watches. And watching is love, in Maggie's particular language. Watching means paying attention. Watching means caring enough to track the movements of the people you love through their days. Watching means being there even when you are not being noticed, especially when you are not being noticed, present in the margins where no one is looking, keeping the count. The night is at its deepest point now, the last of the dark before the first gray starts at the edges of things. Springfield is still out there, impossible and familiar and endlessly patient. The plant is still on the hill. The three-eyed fish is still in the river. Burns is still alive through mechanisms that should not work. Maggie is still watching. The real Skinner is still somewhere on a train. The mysteries are all still open. And 742 Evergreen Terrace is still dark and warm and full of sleeping people who love each other imperfectly and completely in the specific way that this particular family has always loved each other. The loop is running. It will keep running. We will keep watching. Not because the mystery will be solved or the contamination will be cleaned up or the loop will finally break open and let the children age and the parents grow old and the show find its way to an ending. We will keep watching because the family is home, because the beer is cold, because the couch is there and the saxophone is on the floor of Lisa's room and Maggie is watching the ceiling and Homer is on the edge of sleep, generating his dream or not generating it, alive or dreaming of being alive, but present, always present, in the house on Evergreen Terrace in the town with no address in the state, with no name, present, in love, dreaming. Let the sound of Springfield carry you the rest of the way into the night. Let the familiar yellow faces and the impossible geography and the three-eyed fish and the glowing billionaire and the genius baby and the man who works for the person who took his mother, let all of it settle into the comfortable background radiation of something you have always known. You have always known Springfield. You have always been a little